Chapter 2496, Blowing of the Wind. Hua Jiyu and Hua Qingqing both gave a slight nod, but they were a little worried. Yi Futian had been cultivating on Spirit Mountain for all these years, but they had never forgotten that there was still the existence of another threat. In the Western world of Buddhism, Saint Xunchan clearly wanted to kill them. Right now, Saint Xunchan was with the Medicine Buddha Lord, and no one had any information on his current condition. If they were to leave Spirit Mountain, Saint Xunchan would definitely have ways of knowing that. Never mind that Saint Xunchan still had his own power base to support him. As far as the Western world of Buddhism was concerned, many others besides Saint Xunchan held grudges against Yi Futian. Faced with such a significant threat, Yi Futian and the others would naturally have to pay close attention. After all, that was an existence that had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path. In the beginning, Yi Futian could not contend with him even with the divine body of Xinjia the Great Emperor. He had to self-destruct the divine body in order to wound his opponent. Even then, he was unable to kill him, which demonstrated just how powerful beings of that level were. Jiyu, Qingqing, you guys leave first. I will cultivate on the Spirit Mountain for a while longer. Once you have left the Western world of Buddhism, I will go and meet you guys then, Yi Futian said. When Hua Jiyu and Hua Qingqing heard what Yi Futian said, they knew his intention immediately. Hua Jiyu frowned slightly. Hua Qingqing had a unique position, so Xunchan would not dare to do anything to her. Moreover, if Yi Futian stayed in Spirit Mountain, Saint Xunchan would definitely not risk doing anything to Hua Qingqing and Hua Jiyu. Neither would those who disapproved of Yi Futian. After all, they still had to consider the Buddha and would not touch the companion who had cultivated with the Lord of all Buddhas. Yi Futian planned to go it alone. Then, the eyes of Saint Xunchan would only focus on him. Saint Xunchan has strong cultivation. How do you plan to deal with him? Hua Jiyu asked. I am a cultivator who had survived the divine tribulation. I can help you. However, Yi Futian merely shook his head. Those who had survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path and those in the ninth realm of Renhuang were as distinct as existences in two different worlds. It was the same with those who had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path and those who had only survived the first divine tribulation, as they were not on the same level either. The gap between the two was considerable. He had clearly felt this gap while he was battling using the divine body. After the peak of Renhunag, one must go through the three tribulations. As divine tribulations, one step was akin to a step into the heavens, and after all three tribulations, one became a deity. Therefore, the gap between these last few realms was the most terrifying. Although Hua Jiyu had survived one divine tribulation of the Great Path, she would not be an adequate opponent when facing Saint Xunchan, so there was no need for her to risk her life by participating. Don't forget, I have cultivated Buddha's celerity, and I can go anywhere in the world that I wish. I will find a way to get rid of him, replied Yi Futian. But the gap between the realms, Hua Jiyu frowned. Even though Buddha's celerity was one of the 6 superpowers of Buddhism, the realm gap between Yi Futian and Saint Xunchan was far too great. It was the kind of gap that couldn't be bridged with the help of the divine body. Although Yi Futian had now entered the 9th realm, the gap remained a chasm in reality. No matter how strong his Buddha's celerity was, it would be difficult for him to escape from his opponent's hands. Jiyu, on this trip to Spirit Mountain of Western Heaven, don't you see that I am a person of great fortune, judging by the attitudes of all the other Buddhas? Moreover, Buddha's celerity, one of the 6 superpowers of Buddhism, had been passed on to me by the Buddha himself, which must have its own significance. The Buddhist superpowers allow one to see into the past and the future. Perhaps the Buddha had foreseen some things that will happen in the future. There is no need for you to worry, Yi Futian replied to Hua Jiyu. Hua Jiyu thought about it carefully and found that what Yi Futian said was reasonable enough. From all of Yi Futian's adventures on Spirit Mountain over the years, one could tell that his fate was definitely extraordinary. However, she still felt uneasy. Go in peace now. I will go and find you again. If it can't be resolved, I will return to Spirit Mountain directly, Yi Futian continued to persuade her, as he also glanced at Hua Qingqing. At the moment, Hua Qingqing said to Hua Jiyu, I have been cultivating with the Buddha for many years. The Buddha's actions have always had deep significance. Nothing would go awry. Hua Jiyu nodded, finally agreeing to Yi Futian's suggestion. She decided to leave first. Afterward, Hua Qingqing did not deliberately bid anybody goodbye. The Buddha was no longer on the spirit mountain, but nothing that happened here would escape the Buddha's all-seeing eyes. When their group was about to leave, many great Buddhas appeared, saying loudly and clearly, "Respectfully sending off the great Buddha. Respectfully sending off the great Buddha." Many voices were heard at the same time, coming from different directions on Spirit Mountain. Hua Qingqing faced Spirit Mountain, bowed slightly, and said, "Thanks to all the Buddhas. When I return to Spirit Mountain in the future, I will discuss Buddhism again with all the Buddhas." After that being said, Hua Qingqing turned around, and the group walked onto the back of the golden-winged rock. The rock's wings shook as it suddenly took off into the air, heading outside of the Spirit Mountain. Hua Jiyu, Fang Kun, and the others were standing on the back of golden-winged rock and looking at Yi Futian. "Master, be careful," Little Ling said through voice transmission. She was still a little worried about Yi Futian. But Yi Futian smiled without a care in the world and waved. Now his state of mind was very peaceful. Even if he knew that danger was imminent, he was not disturbed. All the Buddhas on the Spirit Mountain knew why Hua Qingqing and the others decided to leave first. They were guarding against Junchan. In the distance, many Buddhist cultivators looked at the ancient peak where Yi Futian was. Their expressions revealed their indifference. It was enough as long as they watched him and made sure Yi Futian did not leave. No one cared too much as far as Hua Qingqing and the others were concerned. When Yi Futian saw the golden-winged rock disappeared into the distance, he continued sitting atop the ancient peak to cultivate, entering into a deep state of meditation as he continued with his cultivation of Buddhist methods. Although he had broken through the realm, the cultivation was helpful to the cultivation of Buddha's celerity. Now that he had stepped into the 9th realm, his Buddha's celebrity was also getting stronger. It was just that he hadn't yet had a chance to really showcase it, even to this day. Outside the library, a plainly dressed monk was sweeping the fallen leaves with a broom, as if he was blended into this scenery and became one with it. This monk was none other than Bitter Zen. When the wind blew, the leaves scattered. Bitter Zen swept them together again and murmured, "Buddhism should be a land of purity. But if the hearts are not calm, then the wind will not stop blowing." With that, he raised his head and cast a glance into the distance, sighing secretly in his heart. At this time, in another part of the world, which was also on the pure land of Buddhism, the Vaidurya Pure World, where the medicine Buddha Lord resided. In front of a Vaidurya pagoda, a cultivator was sitting cross-legged, cultivating quietly, surrounded by the light of Buddha. However, at this moment, the Buddha beads on his neck moved, and a light seemed to appear. It penetrated directly into his brow chakra. This cultivator received a message instantly as he opened his eyes and a cold ray flashed through them. Did they finally decide to depart? Junchan. At this moment, a voice came from the ether. When Saint Junchan heard this voice, he was immediately solemn. He clasped hands together and said, "Buddha Lord, since your mind has not been made up, go back." That ethereal voice was heard again, which stunned Saint Junchan. His eyes focused into the far distance for a moment before he got up and bowed in the direction, saying, "Thank you, Buddha Lord." He knew that he should leave now. Chapter 2497, Leaving Spirit Mountain. For several months after Hua Jiyu's departure, Yi Futian had been cultivating Buddhism with great concentration in Spirit Mountain. His aura was not exposed to the outside. He was quietly comprehending the Buddhist scriptures. He seemed to be a natural member of Buddhism. In addition to reading and studying Buddhist scriptures, he also sat in on lectures given by various Buddha lords, completely integrating into the community of Buddhist cultivation in Spirit Mountain. He even forged good relationships with many of the Buddhist cultivators there. Sometimes they would sit together and exchange Buddhist teachings. In short, he was living a very productive life, not at all like someone who was on the run. Saint Junchan was also on the Spirit Mountain. He stayed at Spirit Mountain ever since he got back from the Vaidurya Pure World. He was also cultivating on an ancient peak, watching Yi Futian closely. Everyone on Spirit Mountain knew the grudge between these two, so Saint Junchan dared not do anything to Yi Futian while they were still on Spirit Mountain. He had not had any exchanges with Yi Futian ever since he returned from Viduria Pure World. But this was precisely the kind of quietude that was even more terrifying. Anyone else other than Yi Futian would probably have trouble eating and sleeping. But Yi Futian himself didn't seem to be bothered. Both of them appeared to be in some very strange impasse, eerily quiet, and neither was affected by the other in the slightest. But everyone on Spirit Mountain knew very well that things were not as harmonious as they appeared. On this day, Yi Futian was listening to a Buddha Lord lecturing at his place of cultivation with other Buddhist cultivators. After the lecture, as usual, there were Buddhist cultivators who asked questions, while others gave thanks and bid farewell. Many thanks to the Buddha Lord. Yi Futian bowed, his hands together, and paid his respect to the Buddha Lord in a seated position. However, as soon as his voice faded, he disappeared from where he was, stunning all the Buddhist cultivators. At this juncture, Yi Futian had been cultivating on Spirit Mountain much more than just a day or two. He had been here for a prolonged period of time, and his habits were well known to other cultivators. Every time he listened to a lecture, he would give thanks, then get up and walk away slowly. Disappearing right off the bat was not a very polite exit. Even that Lord Buddha glanced at the place where Yi Futian was sitting just to make sure. When he saw the empty space, he smiled and put his hands together, Buddha's blessings on benefactor Yi. Obviously, they were all aware that something interesting had happened. The cultivation of Buddha's celerity is truly peculiar. There is no aura, as the disappearance is instantaneous, invisible, undetectable, and completely without warning. Some Buddhist cultivators whispered amongst themselves. No matter how they expanded their consciousness, they could no longer find Yi Futian anywhere on the Spirit Mountain. Saint Junchan, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. An extremely sharp divine aurora shot out from them as his consciousness spread out and covered the entire Spirit Mountain. He's gone. Saint Junchan got up, the light of Buddha shone upon him, as he too disappeared. He wanted to see if Yi Futian, who had cultivated Buddha's celerity, could escape his clutches so easily. Many Buddhist cultivators walked outside and looked into the distance. They wondered if Yi Futian could truly escape from Saint Junchan. If not, then there might be nothing but death that awaited him. In the holy land of the Western Heaven, Saint Junchan appeared high above the sky and released his consciousness to cover the boundless space. His eyes were terribly frightening as he looked through the Western Heaven. Everything seemed to be within his sight. Countless imageries and infinite faces appeared in his mind, but Yi Futian was not one of them. The entire Western Heaven was searched and covered, but he still could not find him. What's going on? Saint Junchan frowned. Yi Futian couldn't have been so fast. Even though Yi Futian had cultivated Buddha's celerity, it was not omnipotent because of the constraints imposed by the limitation of his realm. No one had been able to completely maximize any of the superpowers in spite of their realms. Ultimately, Yi Futian was just a Ren Huang in the 8th realm, at least he was, in the eyes of Saint Junchan. However, he could not find Yi Futian anywhere in the Western Heaven, which was a little odd. He's not in the Western Heaven. At this time, a voice was heard in the head of Saint Junchan, which caused a shudder in his heart. He nodded slightly to the void, at no one in particular. He knew who it was that told him. Except, if Yi Futian was not in the Western Heaven, then where was he hiding? Still in the Spirit Mountain. The voice came again, and Saint Junchan's eyes sharpened, his expression hardened with this knowledge. It seemed that Yi Futian was playing him for a fool. He came here to look for Yi Futian, but Yi Futian was still on the Spirit Mountain. This was deliberately toying with him. The Buddhist cultivators on Spirit Mountain had discovered that Yi Futian was still there. He was in the library. The library was a place where all telekinetic powers were blocked out and could not be invaded even by divine consciousness. Yi Futian had appeared directly inside the library using Buddha's celerity. Just when there was a lot of chatter on Spirit Mountain, a Buddhist cultivator came out of the library and informed everyone that Yi Futian was there. Even the Buddha Lord, who was lecturing on the scriptures, laughed when he heard that. Even he was fooled by Yi Futian. After a while, Yi Futian slowly came out of the library, holding a few scriptures. He nodded at Bitter Zen, then walked down the stairs. At the bottom of the stairs, Saint Shunchan was standing there, waiting. He stared at Yi Futian with an extremely chilly look in his eyes. Yi Futian looked neither left nor right, as if he hadn't seen him at all, and continued to move forward. "Do you plan on hiding in Spirit Mountain in the name of cultivation?" Saint Shunchan suppressed the anger in his heart and asked indifferently. Yi Futian stopped with his back still facing Saint Shunchan. The two did not look at each other, but Yi Futian said with a smile, "Spirit Mountain is the Buddhist holy land, contained profound numbers of Buddhist scriptures, with Buddha lords lecturing and preaching. I plan to cultivate on Spirit Mountain for decades until I have survived 2 divine tribulations. Are you afraid of that?" Saint Shunchan's face was dark and gloomy. If Yi Futian was this determined, not leaving Spirit Mountain and continuing to cultivate here, there was nothing he could do. Furthermore, if he really planned on cultivating here until he had survived 2 divine tribulations, by then, would Shunchan even be able to fight him? Yi Futian had forced his way into the Spirit Mountain while he was yet in the 8th realm when he defeated the Arhat. In the end, it was Grandmaster Bitter Zen who intervened and intercepted Yi Futian. And at the time of that battle, Yi Futian had only cultivated Buddhism less than 100 days. Yi Futian started moving forward again, saying, "It was you who wouldn't let go and brought on everything that happened later. I had to destroy the divine body to protect myself. I only escaped after suffering heavy injuries. Remember, it was you who owed me, not the other way around." He didn't look at Saint Shunchan once. The other wanted to kill him. It appeared that Shunchan was the victim, but what really happened back then? Yi Futian was, in fact, the one who was forced into desperation by Saint Shunchan. An item as precious as the divine body of Xinjia the Great Emperor had to be destroyed because of his determination in hunting Yi Futian. Yi Futian himself almost died. Now, Saint Shunchan was the hunter, and Yi Futian, the prey. This was only because Shunchan was stronger. If the situation were reversed, then it would be Yi Futian who was hunting Saint Shunchan instead. Saint Shunchan didn't bother to say another word. In a flash, he was gone. He had returned to where he was before. Yi Futian's words had no effect and did not cause him to let down his guard. On the contrary, from this day forward, he kept even closer tabs on Yi Futian. His murderous intent was even stronger, and the desire to kill was more fervent than before. He must kill Yi Futian at all cost. After that, Yi Futian often used Buddha's celerity all over Spirit Mountain, appeared in the library from time to time in this manner, so that Shunchan had to investigate every time. Later, there were several other Buddhist cultivators who were in the habit of reading and studying Buddhist scriptures in the library. Yi Futian understood what was going on, but he didn't care. After a few months, Chenyin Buddha Lord came to Spirit Mountain and saw that Shenyang Buddha Lord was also around and invited him for a game of chess. Shenyang Buddha Lord did not refuse and played chess with Chenyin Buddha Lord. In a blink of an eye, a few days had passed. On this day, Yi Futian appeared in the library again. As usual, he was reading the scriptures on the 1st floor. At this time, Bitter Zen had found those Buddhist cultivators in the library and asked them to help with cleaning up the library. Since these cultivators had gotten to know Bitter Zen rather well, and on account that he had asked for their help personally, they felt they could not refuse. Therefore, they followed Bitter Zen around to clean up the library. After they finished cleaning, they discovered that Yi Futian was no longer inside the library, and vaguely sensed something was not quite right. As usual, they instilled a telekinesis force into a jade slip. Saint Shunchan, who was cultivating on Spirit Mountain, received the news in an instant. His divine consciousness covered all of Spirit Mountain, but he could not find any trace of Yi Futian. "When did he leave?" he asked. "I don't know. Grandmaster Bitter Zen had asked me to help clean up the library," the voice answered. Saint Shunchan looked exceedingly apathetic. He simply replied, "Idiot." Every time Yi Futian left the library, the people inside would inform Saint Shunchan so that he could locate Yi Futian outside the library. It was precisely to prevent losing track of him once he left the library. Buddha's celerity was an incredible superpower that he had to take measures to guard against. Could Grandmaster Bitter Zen be in cahoots with Yi Futian? Yi Futian left. Saint Zhenchan sent a message to someone else. His figure was gone in a flash. He left Spirit Mountain immediately and headed towards the Western Heaven. Shenyang Buddha Lord, who was playing chess with Tianyin Buddha Lord, received a message from Bitter Zen. The chess piece in his hand had not yet been placed, as he looked up at the smiling Tianyin Buddha Lord and understood something. Shenyang, why haven't you made your move yet? Tianyin Buddha Lord asked. Just a minute. Shenyang Buddha Lord turned his eyes and looked into the distance. His eyes just now had become extremely terrifying. But in the next moment, the light of Buddha shrouded this entire space, as Tianyin Buddha Lord said, Shenyang, if you want to play chess, then focus on it. If you are distracted, I am afraid you will lose again. His heavenly eyes blocked, Shenyang Buddha Lord now looked at the Tianyin Buddha Lord and asked, why are you helping him? Even the Buddha has said that he is a person who is predestined in Buddhism. This matter is between him and Zhenchan. Why do you interject yourself between them? Tianyin Buddha Lord said. Aren't you interjecting? Shenyang Buddha Lord asked rhetorically. I don't want you to interject, that's all. Once they are outside of Spirit Mountain, I don't care about what goes on between him and Zhenchan, Tianyin Buddha Lord continued. As a strange look flashed through Shenyang Buddha Lord's eyes, he lowered his head and glanced at the chessboard before he made his move. He said, even if I don't intervene, can he escape from Zhenchan? That's his business. Everything has its own cause and effect. Why should we cling to this? Tianyin Buddha Lord said, isn't it much better to play chess with peace of mind? Right. Shenyang Buddha Lord didn't say anything but settled down to play chess in peace without further distraction. If Saint Zhenchan, as someone who had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path, could not take down a latecomer like Yi Futian, then he had truly squandered these many years cultivating in vain. Many people on Spirit Mountain felt that Yi Futian had a destiny in Buddhism. His fortune had been great, and many of them wanted to see just how great this fortune of Yi Futian's might be. Chapter 2498, Mysterious Cultivator in Tribulation. In Western Heaven, the telekinetic power of Saint Zhenchan shrouded the entire sacred land of the Western Heaven, but Yi Futian could no longer be found. This time was different from last time. Last time he was fooled by Yi Futian, who did not leave Spirit Mountain at all. However, this time Yi Futian may have already left Western Heaven for all he knew. He took advantage of reading Buddhist scriptures inside the library and escaped. Grandmaster Bitter Zen helped him by detaining the Buddhist cultivators who were supposed to be watching him and bought Yi Futian some time to get away from the sacred land of the Western Heaven. Did he really find an opportunity to escape? Saint Zhenchan had a horrible look on his face. The light of Buddha radiated upon his body as he disappeared directly from where he was. Its speed was extremely fast, and he reappeared in a very remote location in an instant. Western Heaven was a holy land of the Western world, claimed to be the highest heaven in the Western world of Buddhism. In fact, its territory was not so vast. The center of this world of Buddhism could only be reached after crossing the Golden Sea of Clouds. It was so far away that it could not be reached by anyone who was not powerful, as this was the ultimate holy land. But compared to other worlds in the world of Buddhism, the Western Heaven was like an infinite and stalwart ancient city of Buddhism. This was the reason why Yi Futian was able to leave the Western Heaven in such a short time. At this time, he appeared in other worlds and was walking on the ground. Between thoughts, he disappeared from where he was only to reappear in another city. After another step, he disappeared without a trace again, moving on to yet another city. In some places, some passers-by were stunned when they saw him disappeared into thin air and thought that they were mistaken. Some even began to doubt their own cultivation. It was impossible for cultivators to see anything by mistake. Still, that disappearing figure clearly had not released any aura, and there was no fluctuation in the power of the Space Great Path. But Yi Futian didn't consider any of that. In each step, he reached a different city. 1 second he was on the streets of an ancient city, and the next, he might appear in a wasteland. Yet, in another moment, he might find himself at sea again. The sceneries were constantly changing, and even Yi Futian himself had no idea where he was. The characteristic of Buddha's celerity was that there was no fixed law to abide and one could do exactly as one wished. Following Yi Futian, Saint Shunchan was doing the same thing. His divine consciousness was covering the boundless and infinite space, searching for any trace of Yi Futian. However, because he was a step behind, he never found him, as if the other had disappeared into thin air. Saint Shunchan was in a foul mood. After waiting and guarding for so long, did he really allow Yi Futian to escape because of such a small oversight? Where will he go? Saint Shunchan wondered in his heart and considered all the possibilities in his head. Other than tracking him, he must also forecast where Yi Futian was heading to increase the likelihood of finding him. Leave the Western world of Buddhism, go out of the realm, and return to the divine prefecture. A thought appeared in Saint Shunchan's mind. Then, with the light of Buddha shining, he continued moving forward. He couldn't believe that Yi Futian's celerity would be faster. There was such a significant gap in realm between the two of them. Even one of the 6 superpowers of Buddhism could not possibly bridge such a wide gap. Saint Shunchan moved towards a certain direction but could find no trace of Yi Futian along the way. How difficult was it to find someone who one had no idea where he went? Especially when this was someone who's an expert in Buddha's celerity. No doubt, this whole exercise was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Yi Futian did not stop for a moment. Though he seemed to be walking, raising a foot on the bluestone street, and when that foot fell, he was on a mountain peak, facing the sun. When he raised his foot again, he was in a snowy field, with a flurry of snow everywhere. He passed through many different heavens and countless cities in the Western world of Buddhism. On this day, he seemed to have arrived in 6 Desires Heaven once again. Walking in 6 Desires Heaven now, he didn't seem to be in such a hurry. After so many days, he reckoned he should have already gotten rid of Saint Shunchan by now, and the other couldn't find him. Clearly, Yi Futian understood that all of this was only possible with the help of Grandmaster Bitter Zen and the cleverness of Buddha's celerity. In 6 Desires Heaven, a domain of path destruction lay across the sky, covering an endless area. Yi Futian appeared below this domain of path destruction and raised his head to look up. There were many cultivators up there, trying to comprehend the power within this domain of path destruction. However, Yi Futian knew that they wouldn't be able to comprehend anything. This was the domain created by the explosion of Shunjia, the great emperor's divine body. Yi Futian sighed secretly in his heart. That was the divine body, destroyed like this all because of the continued persecution of Saint Shunchan. After a brief reflection, Yi Futian continued to move on. He took a step and disappeared right away. Somewhere high above the firmament, Yi Futian's aura unleashed, and the sky above changed suddenly. A terrifying atmosphere of tribulation gathered and brewing. In the area above 6 Desires Heaven, the great path roared, and tribulation was gestating. After fleeing for so long, Yi Futian finally wanted to respond to the tribulation. He had long had this thought even when he was still on Spirit Mountain, but he had not tried it until now. This was something he had been thinking about for a long time. At this time, Yi Futian was wrapped up in the will of the great path, as if he was in nothingness. Countless cultivators in 6 Desires Heaven looked up at the sky, and their hearts were greatly horrified. Was someone experiencing divine tribulation in 6 Desires Heaven? After the storm that ripped apart 6 Desires Heaven once upon a time, the palace lord of the 6 Desires Heavenly Palace perished, and there were very few cultivators in 6 Desires Heaven who were qualified to experience divine tribulation. Now, was someone about to? This aura of tribulation was terrifying. Above the firmament, there was a rainbow light of catastrophe from the great path, and a powerful will of rule descended, locking onto Yi Futian physically. What is this? Yi Futian's heart palpitated. He had seen divine tribulation twice before, once with Emperor Shi and once with Gu. However, the tribulation that he saw at the moment was different from the previous 2. This was a colorful divine tribulation. It's a different elemental order of the great path, Yi Futian secretly exclaimed in his heart. However, in his perception, this aura was so frightening that he seemed to have been locked in by the heavenly path, and that aura seemed to aim to kill him. He had only broken through from the 8th realm to the 9th realm. Why was the power of his divine tribulation so terrifying? Yi Futian stepped into the void, disappeared from the place he was before. However, the tribulation above the sky had covered an infinite area. Even if he moved about using Buddha's celerity, he could not dodge the lock on his body, and he could not shake the power of the tribulation. A divine light descended, like the order of the Great Path, landing it squarely on Yi Futian by locking onto him. Yi Futian's entire body was as bright as a divine body of the Great Path, but the moment when the light of catastrophe fell, he felt as if his body was penetrated, and all the meridians in his body were shaken, his blood tumbling and roaring within him. With a muffled groan, he vomited a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. Furthermore, the power of the divine tribulation still remained in his body, raging as if it was another kind of baptism. Yi Futian moved a thought, and his aura instantly retracted. Then he disappeared from the place he was. The horrific power that was gestating above the sky could find no target to attack suddenly, raging indiscriminately, as if it was alive. After not being able to find a target, it then gradually dissipated. When everything in the void was restored again, countless people gathered in this space under the firmament. Among them, many Renhuang-level cultivators stared dumbly at all that had happened. "What's going on?" someone asked, puzzled, and didn't understand what was happening. Just now, was that some top cultivator experiencing divine tribulation? However, how could there be anyone who experienced the divine tribulation in this manner? Everything disappeared before it was completed. They had never heard of anything like this before. Aside from them, Yi Futian himself couldn't understand it either. Not only was his realm different from everyone else when he experienced the tribulation, but the manner in which he was experiencing was also exceedingly peculiar. Furthermore, the power of divine tribulation terrified him. At this time, he had only experienced the tribulation once and was already injured by it. However, his physique was extremely tyrannical, tempered by the divine body of Shenjia the Great Emperor. Even so, he was wounded, and all of his internal organs were severely injured. He was sure that the divine tribulations encountered by Emperor Shi and Hua Jiyu were not so powerful as this. His current realm strength would only be that much stronger than Emperor Shi and Hua Jiyu when they had experienced their share of the tribulation. This was enough to demonstrate the awesome power of divine tribulation. Although he was injured, he did not dither. Buddha's celerity had allowed him to cross the void at will. In this way, no one would know that he was experiencing the divine tribulation, and no one would associate it with him. After he got far away from the place where he had experienced the tribulation, Yi Futian found a place to cultivate and recover the trauma caused by the tribulation. He would continue with his journey once he had recovered. On this day, in Yemor Heaven, something had occurred, similar to what had happened at Six Desires Heaven. There was a mysterious cultivator experiencing divine tribulation, but still just that one time, and then the mysterious cultivator disappeared without a trace. What was even more strange was that the same thing happened in different areas every once in a while, causing growing concern. Countless people were talking and speculating about this mysterious person in tribulation, and surmised that it ought to be the same person in all these instances. However, why would anyone experience the divine tribulation in such a weird way? Moreover, all at different locations. Could divine tribulation be happening based on chosen time and place? What kind of a cultivator was that? They could have never known that Yi Futian himself was very puzzled as well. The power of the divine tribulation was too strong, and he could only slowly adjusting and digesting. Otherwise, if he allowed a complete divine tribulation to come down upon him, he was not sure whether he could bear it at all. Chapter 2499, The Encounter. At this time in Six Desires Heaven, inside the domain of path obliteration, was a person sitting cross-legged. He was clad in all white and with a head of white hair. It was Yi Futian. And above the firmament, the incomparable rainbow divine tribulation was gathering, and it was incredibly terrifying. Obviously, it was Yi Futian who had brought on the divine tribulation. Yi Futian had been experiencing the tribulation for several months by this time, repeating the tribulation, again and again, adapting to its power. At the same time, he was constantly tempering his own body, making himself stronger each time. At this point, he was in a very delicate state. He had already survived most of the tribulation, and more than once. However, he had not completed the divine tribulation in its truest sense. This time, he had made the final preparation and was ready to take on the full and complete divine tribulation, as he had now adapted to the strength of the divine tribulation. Although he had not experienced the final law of the great path, this domain of path obliteration ought to weaken the power of the divine tribulation, as all paths were obliterated within this domain. He intended to use the domain of path obliteration to guard against any unforeseen events. Sitting in the middle of the domain of path obliteration, Futian was radiant all over, surrounded by divine light. His temperament had changed somewhat compared to before. The aura on his body was even more potent. Above the firmament, rainbow divine tribulation was converging and covering the entire city, shrouding the infinite area of the six desires heaven. What they were seeing before them was enough to send all the cultivators around the domain of path obliteration fleeing, and they dared not approach any closer. The power of destruction and its aftermath were enough to kill them on the periphery and destroy everything in this domain. This is so powerful. Who is this mysterious cultivator? Ren Huang, who had avoided this area, now looked beyond the firmament and saw that the power of the rainbow divine tribulation was terrifying. Even when they had gotten far away from the center of the divine tribulation, they could still feel the suppression of its divine might, and there was a terrible sense of oppression. The rainbow divine tribulation above the firmament descended and went through the domain of path obliteration. In this domain, the force of the tribulation had indeed been weakened. Then, it fell on Futian. However, Futian was no longer the person he was once. He sat quietly, cross-legged, allowing the divine tribulation to baptize him without wavering in the slightest. He had already endured the brunt of the divine tribulation many times, and every time it was a repeat, so now it no longer posed a threat to him. The first time was the most ruthless, causing him to suffer serious injuries. However, his strength had been transformed so much that his power was equivalent to the level after divine tribulation. Can all this be endured? The cultivators in the distance thought to themselves. However, they saw the divine tribulation came down again and again, but there was no movement inside the domain of path obliteration. It was as if that mysterious cultivator was calmly welcoming the divine tribulation. As time went by, above the firmament, the cloud of tribulation pressing down low in the sky, creating a scene of the apocalypse. There was a terrifying storm gathering in the center of the cloud of tribulation, where there seemed to be a figure appearing. This is. Futian raised his head to look at the heavens through the domain of path obliteration. In the center of that destructive storm in the sky, he saw a figure, like that of a deity. When Hua Jiu was experiencing her tribulation, Futian had also seen a phantom, but it was not as real as the one in front of him. Hua Jiu was facing the tribulation of law, but at this moment, this figure in front of him seemed to be a spirit born out of the divine tribulation. It looked like a real living body, the divine tribulation personified. This, Futian had learned about divine tribulations before, but what was this before his eyes? It seemed not to belong to any category of law, but Futian did feel a very strong sense of threat. It seemed as if it could take his life. The divine tribulation would not allow him to exist in this world. Futian clasped his hands together, and the light of Buddha was suddenly set ablaze. He was brightly shining through the sky, as his divine body was flowing. The surrounding domain of path obliteration seemed to be affected, as the power of path obliteration converged upon his physical form. At the same time, he had cast the Akalanatha battle form, the Mahavirokana battle form, and the void battle form. At this moment, the Buddhas were all around him, and he seemed to have incarnated as a real great Buddha, so that the entire domain of path obliteration was shining with the most brilliant light of Buddha. "It's a great Buddha," the cultivator from afar exclaimed when they saw the light of Buddha lit up inside the domain of path obliteration. Well, it is indeed a Buddhist cultivator whose method was profound. He must be a descendant of a top Buddha lord in Western heaven. Only the descendants of the top Buddha lords in the Western heaven would possess such talents. But this great Buddha is extremely low-key and loathes being revealed in front of the others. He came here to experience the tribulation probably because he wanted to leverage this domain of path obliteration. His tribulation is far too horrific. Many cultivators talked amongst themselves. They had all mistaken Futian for some great Buddha from the Western heaven. Above the sky, The figure that appeared looked down. At a glance, he saw the light of catastrophe everywhere, penetrating the space. He pointed to the area below, firmly locking onto Yi Futian's body. A straightforward light appeared between heaven and earth. The domain of path obliteration could not stop the power emitted from this finger as it penetrated through directly. The terrific attack fell on Yi Futian's defense as all the Buddhas were shattered and pulverized. The battle forms began to crack, then fell apart in pieces. This finger ignored everything and hit the final defense that was the Akalanatha battle form. Boom! Yi Futian's body was knocked back, and that finger penetrated his body, as well as his divine consciousness, and penetrated the domain of path obliteration. Boom! There was another loud bang. Yi Futian was shot down from the domain of path obliteration to the ground instantly. Even the ground was punched through. The terrifying light of catastrophe above the firmament fell down with it, and everything below was integrating and collapsing, turning into ruins. This, the cultivator in the distance felt a violent tremor in their hearts. Was this world-destroying power really a tribulation that was meant to test the cultivator? This was not a test but destruction, a bona fide destruction that would not allow his continued existence. Will that great Buddha fall under the tribulation? Everyone's heart palpitated as they looked at the ground that was punched through. The destructive cloud of tribulation that hovered above the sky gradually dissipated, and the figure disappeared as well. Soon, a light appeared, and everything returned to normal, bathing under the light. Everyone felt the oppression just now had entirely disappeared in an instant. Many shadows flickered, looking towards the place where Yi Futian had fallen. At the same time, countless divine consciousness swept over that way and penetrated into the ground. No one. Some cultivators looked quite shocked. There was no one in the ground that was punched through. The hearts of many palpitated. Could it be that that mighty great Buddha, who was experiencing the divine tribulation, had perished like this? His soul and spirit dispersed under the divine tribulation. And nothing was left of him. Under that frightening power that could destroy the world, such possibility existed. Did he perish? Someone whispered. Probably. Unfortunately, we don't even know who he was, someone added. The power was great. It must have been a great Buddha. What a pity to perish under the tribulation. Between heaven and earth, there were sighs and exclamations. All these people were feeling sorry for the fall of a potentially powerful figure. Such a great Buddha should not perish here like this. They had never heard of, nor had they ever seen a divine tribulation such as this. A month later, many powerful cultivators came to Six Desires Heaven to investigate the matter of the divine tribulation. The cultivators from the Western world of Buddhism were also among those who came to investigate. That divine tribulation had caused a great sensation. People at this level must be the existence of genius talents in Buddhism. However, there had not been anyone at this level in the Buddhist sect who had recently experienced divine tribulation, nor had any of them perish. So, who was it exactly? Still, no one thought of Yi Futian. After all, his realm was still quite far away from experiencing divine tribulation. No one could have known that he would be ready for the divine tribulation just as he entered the ninth realm. In Six Desires Heaven, before the domain of path obliteration, a man appeared, and it was Saint Xunchan. In the beginning, they came to Six Desires Heaven to intercept and kill Yi Futian, and it was here that he was gravely injured by Yi Futian using the divine body. Everyone from Xunchan Temple had fallen here in this domain of path obliteration, except for him. He also heard that there was a mysterious cultivator not long ago who was experiencing divine tribulation in this domain of path obliteration. Vaguely, he felt something was not right, but he didn't associate the phenomenon with Yi Futian. Even if Yi Futian had broken into the ninth realm, he was still a long way away from divine tribulation. Then, who was the Buddhist cultivator that was experiencing the tribulation here? And it was said that the person failed and fell under the tribulation. He glanced coldly at the domain of path obliteration in front of him, and his murderous intent toward Yi Futian was a little stronger. However, until now, he had not found a trace of Yi Futian. Perhaps, he had really left already. Even so, he would continue to hunt him down. The divine consciousness of Saint Xunchan covered this boundless space as his gaze swept through the empty space below. At this moment, Saint Xunchan was stunned with a strange look on his face. In the area that was scanned by his divine consciousness, countless faces appeared. Inside a city, a figure in white was walking quietly on the street, appearing careless and at ease. This man in white had a head of silvery white hair. He was handsome, with a devil-may-care attitude, full of unrestrained spirits. It was none other than Yi Futian. It was all so effortless. Just as he was searching for Yi Futian everywhere, here he was right in front of him. In a direction far away, Yi Futian also seemed to have sensed something. He raised his head and glanced in the distance. He knew that Saint Xunchan had arrived. There was a smile on Saint Xunchan's face, but it was an icy smile. This time, he wanted to see just how Yi Futian would escape. As soon as he took a step, Saint Xunchan disappeared from where he was. However, at the same moment he took that step, Yi Futian had also disappeared. Chapter 2500, The Colorless Sea. The two of them were very far apart, but Saint Xunchan's divine consciousness had locked onto Yi Futian. However, when he attempted to press down with the might of the way, Yi Futian disappeared instantly. It was far too fast. Buddha's celerity was free to move around in an instant. Although Saint Xunchan's cultivation was higher than Yi Futian's, he could not detain Yi Futian with the might of the way. Can't lock onto him. Saint Xunchan traveled at a speed fast to the extreme. But every time he shortened the distance between them, Yi Futian would disappear so that he could not put a lock on him. He was also a cultivator of Buddhism. Even though Yi Futian had cultivated Buddha's celerity, why was he so powerful? His speed was unable to close the distance between them. The two of them entangled in a mad chase, but no cultivators in Six Desires Heavens had discovered that two powerful figures were constantly moving. Yi Futian looked indifferent at the moment, merely taking one step at a time in the void, completely unpredictable. Even though he was discovered by Saint Xunchan, he didn't seem to panic. After surviving the divine tribulation last time, everyone in Six Desires Heaven thought he died under the divine tribulation and that his soul and spirit had been scattered into nothingness. In fact, the terrifying divine tribulation did cause terrible trauma to him, almost costing him his life. When he was pierced through by the tribulation, he disappeared using Buddha's celerity and ended up in a barren land in Six Desires Heaven. He passed out for a long time before gradually recovered. That time was indeed very critical. He did not expect that the final blow of the divine tribulation would be so horrific, or he would not have so quickly taken on the divine tribulation as he did. If he did not have a superpower like Buddha's celerity, he would not have gotten away. It would be a total disaster if he were impacted by the divine tribulation and passed out where he was. Many times he had been through the tribulation, he still underestimated the horror of it. However, after the baptism of the divine tribulation, he had now completed his transformation. Because of this, Yi Futian did not leave Six Desires Heaven. He would have already left if he wanted to go, and Saint Xunchan would not see him. The light of Buddha that emitted from Saint Xunchan, who was chasing Yi Futian, was frightening. With a turning of his thought, the divine might of the Great Path descended and blasted on the location where Yi Futian was, but Yi Futian had already disappeared. Saint Xunchan had no way of knowing where Yi Futian would appear in the next moment. He had tried many times to attack, but they were all useless. Buddha's celerity gave no reaction time, moving instantly in real time. But Saint Xunchan's attack needed time to set up. Although it only took a moment for the might of way to descend, that short moment was still no comparison to the speed of Buddha's celerity. Needless to say, this enraged Saint Xunchan greatly, but there was not much he could do except continue the chase. The two passed through cities and crossed mountain ranges and layers upon layers of heavens, from Six Desires Heaven to Yemor Heaven and then on to Liberty Heaven. But Saint Xunchan was unable to catch him. However, he did not give up, still watching Yi Futian intently. It was as if he had vowed not to give up until he had killed Yi Futian. Even if that meant chasing him outside of the Western world of Buddhism, he would persist. Yi Futian was amazed that a figure at the level of Saint Xunchan could be so ruthless when he wanted to. Anyone else would have lost the patience long ago and gave up, but he was still hot on his trail. But Yi Futian didn't mind the continued pursuit and kept moving forward. After having survived the divine tribulation, Yi Futian had no idea what realm he was in right now. He had clearly just broken through into the 9th realm of Renhuang, but he had also survived the divine tribulation. So, was he now in the 9th realm of Renhuang or a cultivator who had survived divine tribulation of the Great Path? Strictly speaking and on account of realm, he had just broken through the 9th realm, so he should belong in the 9th realm of Renhuang. But because he had experienced divine tribulation at this realm, his combat effectiveness would exceed that of the Renhuang in the 9th realm. Although he had just broken through the 9th realm not long ago, Yi Futian was confident that he was invincible in the realm of Renhuang. He was confident that he could defeat top genius talents in all the worlds, even someone like Grandmaster Bitter Zen. After all, he survived the divine tribulation at the 9th realm. Unless he encountered someone as strange as himself. But, perhaps the world did not have another person like this. Of course, it may be that he hadn't seen everything that there was to see. At present, it seemed that he had never heard of something like that. The two continued to travel through the void without any intention of stopping. Yi Futian's silver hair was flying in the wind, as carefree as the clouds and the breeze. They passed through a sea of clouds and entered another world. This caused Saint Junchan to show a look of concern. Yi Futian continued fleeing and had reached the colorless heaven. "How much longer can you run?" A voice came through the air and landed in Yi Futian's ears. An ordinary voice could not possibly reach Yi Futian, as the speed they were moving at was faster than the speed of sound. But Saint Junchan used his divine consciousness to carry the voice and directly transmit it into Yi Futian's ears. "Saint Junchan, you were severely wounded by me years ago, and now you can't even catch up, you can't do a thing to me. In a few years, how do you think it will all end?" Yi Futian responded, which only made Saint Junchan look even colder. He said, "Do you think you can escape?" His realm was far higher than that of Yi Futian. Even though Yi Futian relied on Buddha's celerity to maintain the same speed as him, he would inevitably encounter some accidents after a prolonged period of chasing. He didn't think Yi Futian's ability to deal with unforeseeable accidents would be better than him. If Yi Futian made a small mistake, he would die so horribly with no place to bury his carcass. This time, he would not allow Yi Futian to escape. The two of them flickered their way through the colorless heaven. In this world, few people traveled. It seemed as if there were very few cultivators here. The colorless heaven possessed a special status in the Western world of Buddhism. It was one of the several highest heavens. The Western heaven was the place where the Buddha cultivated and was considered a holy land. The colorless heaven was the cultivation heaven used by great Buddhas whenever they were proving the way. Those Buddhist cultivators whose cultivation was not on par couldn't get to the colorless heaven. Therefore, there were not many people who cultivated in the colorless heaven. But this was in no way hindering the two major cultivators who were engaged in hot pursuit. Yi Futian was moving in front, while Saint Junchan was chasing from behind. He dared not relax even just a little. As soon as his divine consciousness drifted off of Yi Futian, there might be a chance that he would be thrown off by Yi Futian. This chase seemed to have no end. Saint Junchan frowned at this moment. Colorless heaven held a slightly special position in the world of Buddhism. Here, there was some hermit type of great Buddhas. If they were disturbed and interfered with, it would potentially be a little troublesome. He did not expect Yi Futian to flee to this place. At this time, both of them appeared above a boundless coast region. Above this coastal region, there was a sacred light of Buddha. As this light sprinkled all over the surface of the sea, this coastal region appeared incredibly unusual. Saint Junchan could clearly perceive the mysterious aura that existed in this coastal region, which was very ancient. The expression on his face changed slightly as if he knew where he was. Yi Futian had actually taken him to the sacred place of Buddhism, the colorless sea. "It's your funeral." Saint Junchan looked into the distance. In the far distance, Yi Futian was also in this colorless sea. He didn't seem to have realized just where he was. Was Yi Futian really unaware of the place? While he was at Spirit Mountain, He spent many days in the library, reading and studying Buddhist scriptures and ancient volumes to understanding everything about Buddhism. How could he not know what place was the colorless sea? Chapter 2501, The Legend. In the ancient Buddhist text, there was an account of a major event that occurred in the Western world of Buddhism 5,000 years ago. Once, there was a talented genius in the Western world of Buddhism who sought the Buddha with all his heart and soul. His piety and his extraordinary understanding of Buddhist doctrines helped sped up his cultivation. He became a respected great Buddha at a young age, only a step away from the Buddha himself. He gave up his physical body to cultivate in the colorless realm, and his spirit wandered around all the worlds of Buddhism in observation of all living beings. However, he became mired in the trappings of demonic thoughts and was unable to extricate himself from them. He believed that all beings were ignorant and selfish, and everything they did was to profit themselves. Even the Buddhists around him were seeking laurels of merits under the guise of compassion. When he was confronted with the nature of men, his faith disintegrated and eventually collapsed. He lost all hopes in human nature, and he began to doubt even the Buddhist doctrines he believed in once. Perhaps it was because he was too gifted and too young, which led to his ultimate demise. Over time, his heart turned to destruction, and his thoughts turned to evil doings. As a result, he annihilated countless living creatures. When all the Buddhist cultivators came to stop him, he did not quit but started a killing spree. For a time, the world of Buddhism was ravaged by a storm of blood and gore. Finally, all the Buddhas descended and fought him in the colorless sea. In that battle, the Buddhist sect dispatched 108 great Buddhas in total to take him down, an awesome group to represent the power of Buddhism. None of these 108 great Buddhas ever left the colorless sea. They merged their will into the colorless sea and were only then able to seal that peerless talent underneath the colorless sea. To this day, 5,000 years later, the powerful will of these great Buddhas remained within this colorless sea. Those in the world of Buddhism claimed that these Buddhas had not died but were merely continuing their cultivation in the colorless sea. There was such a legend attached to the colorless sea, as it held a special place in all of the colorless realm. How could Yi Futian not know about the colorless sea after his extensive studies of the scriptures? As he stepped into the depths of the colorless sea, he felt inexplicable coercion came from the colorless sea, that even the Buddha's celerity was somewhat impeded. He found that he couldn't go wherever he wanted to as before. But he was not the only one who felt the restriction. Even someone as powerful as Saint Xunchan felt his divine consciousness had been suppressed, and his speed also slowed down involuntarily. However, he was still locked firmly onto Yi Futian, refusing to let him go. He would not stop until Yi Futian was killed. At this time, Yi Futian halted and did not proceed to move further forward. His body was floating in the sky above the colorless sea. After seeing that Yi Futian had stopped, Saint Xunchan felt it was a little odd. Nonetheless, after a moment, he had also arrived and appeared above Yi Futian. He lowered his head and looked at Yi Futian, who was below. A flash of cold murderous intent shone briefly in his eyes as he said, "It seems that you know you can't escape in the colorless sea." Even the superpower Yi Futian cultivated, like the Buddha's celerity, was greatly restricted in the regions surrounding the colorless sea, unable to move as he wished. "Of course, I know. Why else would I come to the colorless sea?" Yi Futian looked at Saint Xunchan and replied. His words made Saint Xunchan frown as he stared at Yi Futian. "You know about the colorless sea?" "Xunchan, I have been cultivating Buddhism for more than 10 years, reading and studying the ancient texts of Buddhist scriptures in the library. What do you think I was doing there?" Yi Futian said coldly. "Since you knew, why do you come here to seek death, then?" Saint Xunchan asked without emotions. "Back in Six Desires Heaven, you were just as overconfident and overbearing as you are now. You wanted to capture me by force, but do you remember what happened?" Yi Futian said sarcastically. "If I wanted to leave the Western world of Buddhism, do you think you would have an opportunity to catch a sight of me in Six Desires Heaven? So, you did all this on purpose." Saint Xunchan finally understood what Yi Futian was driving at. He deliberately appeared in Six Desires Heaven to lure him to the colorless sea. What was the purpose for Yi Futian to do so? With his level of cultivation, Yi Futian dared to lure him to the colorless sea for what? Death. Saint Zhenchan couldn't wrap his head around this logic, nor the reason Yi Futian could have for taking him to the colorless sea. Yi Futian waved his arm at this moment, and suddenly a guqin appeared in front of him. It was yearning, left to him by Shenyin the Great. With his outstretched hand, Yi Futian started plucking the strings, and the sound of guqin was heard. Suddenly, infinite musical notes jumped around, and just at that moment, waves appeared on the previously tranquil colorless sea. Rhythm. Saint Zhenchan had a curious look on his face. This guqin appeared to be an exceptional item, possibly a divine item. But even so, Yi Futian thought that with the help of a guqin and playing the rhythm, it would be sufficient to contend with him. What an idiotic notion. The light of Buddha obscured the sky and the sun, shrouded the boundless space. Ancient Buddhas now appeared above the firmament, and a massive Buddha sat in the sky right on top of the colorless sea. Just like before in Six Desires Heaven, he raised his gigantic hand and grabbed towards Yi Futian. The space was sealed close, oppressing the space where Yi Futian was. In the past, Yi Futian blew up the divine body of Shunjia the Great Emperor to escape, and it had severely wounded him. Was he going to use a guqin to fight him now? The gigantic palm print moved extremely fast, and it came down instantly. A massive loud bang was heard as the surface of the colorless sea roiled. However, it missed Yi Futian. Yi Futian flickered away with Buddha's celerity and disappeared under the palm that slammed down in that brief moment. Even the power that had sealed the space could not block this Buddhist superpower. Yi Futian's figure appeared in another place in the colorless sea, floating on the surface of the sea. Saint Zhenchan looked at him with some curiosity. So, you are already in the 9th realm. Saint Zhenchan stared at Yi Futian and marveled that he could forcibly teleport himself using Buddha's celerity. Zhenchan cultivated in Buddhism and had some understanding of the 6 superpowers of Buddhism. Buddha's celerity was very powerful, but it was by no means invincible. If they were to compete by pure brute force, he ought to be able to suppress Buddha's celerity completely. But how did Yi Futian manage to escape the range of his attack with Buddha's celerity? It should not have been possible even in the 9th realm. More importantly, the colorless sea was an unusual location, which ought to have suppressed their true strength, no matter how slightly. Buddha's celerity should have been affected as well. The sound of guqin continued playing as the notes jumped around and moved in the sky above the colorless sea. Saint Zhenchan frowned and wondered as to what kind of guqin music this was. It was able to affect his will and caused some fluctuations. With the beating movements of the notes, they fell directly into the colorless sea, and suddenly, there was a violent movement in the sea, as a powerful and mighty will began to emerge from it. What are you doing? Saint Zhenchan stared at Yi Futian with an extremely cold and apathetic expression. Yi Futian was trying to communicate with the will of the ancient Buddhas in the colorless sea using the sound of guqin. How could Saint Zhenchan not know that there were 108 great Buddhas inside the colorless sea? To suppress that incomparable fiend back then, these Buddhas integrated their collective will into the colorless sea and sealed the fiend here. Yi Futian was now attempting to communicate the will of the great Buddhas in the sea using the sound of guqin. Was he trying to use the power of these great Buddhas to fight against him? This madman. He was trying to use the colorless sea. So, was this the reason why he lured him here? However, even if Yi Futian could leverage the will of the great Buddhas in the colorless sea, was that enough to contend with him? What an idiotic notion. However, he was a little worried. If Yi Futian was to fight him by leveraging the will of the great Buddhas in the colorless sea, what would happen if he destroyed the will of these ancient Buddhas? Would the great men of colorless heaven blame him for such destruction? Chapter 2502, Killing Zhenchan. The colorless sea roiled, and Saint Zhenchan seemed to be considering something. In the rioting colorless sea, an unparalleled light of Buddha bloomed. Buddhas began emerging from the sea, accompanied by a deafening clattering sound. Once those Buddhas surged out of the sea, they expanded and became even greater, forming a spectacular sight. The entire colorless sea turned gold in color, and the light of Buddha was ablaze. It appeared extremely sacred. In the vast surrounding area, the phantom of Buddhas shrouded this coastal region. In every position was an ancient Buddha. The will of the great Buddha. Saint Xunchan frowned slightly, and his gaze swept coldly at Yi Futian below, who continued playing the guqin. Did Yi Futian really think that he could communicate with the will of the Buddhas in the colorless sea with his music and fight against someone like him? This idea was way too naive. He was going to show Yi Futian that the gap between realms was an irreparable chasm that could not be offset so simply by the will of the great Buddhas. A horrific aura bloomed from Saint Xunchan. His palm raised, and a giant Buddha phantom suddenly appeared behind him, raising his golden palm along with Xunchan and slapped it down at the space beneath. A massive and boundless symbol of Wn appeared, covering the sky and the sun, shrouding this corner of the world, directly oppressing Yi Futian with absolutely domineering force. Although it was just a random blow, it was enough to kill Yi Futian, at least in Saint Xunchan's eyes. Yi Futian could not possibly withstand his blow. The infinite and brilliant light of Buddha emerged from Yi Futian. In the roiling colorless sea, the endless light of Buddha poured into Yi Futian's body so that he was completely submerged in it. The will of all the Buddhas seemed to resonate with him as their shadows faintly appeared behind him. The aura on him was also becoming extremely terrifying. Boom! The heaven and the earth roared, and the colorless sea was violently tossing and turning. A gigantic and boundless ancient Buddha appeared, and it was the Mahavairocana. This Mahavairocana raised his hand without warning and slammed it with unspeakable power towards the symbol of Wan in the void, and the two collided. Boom! A terrifying sound was heard, and the palm of Mahavairocana was destroyed and shattered. However, at the same time, the huge and boundless Buddhist symbol of Wan was broken into pieces as well. This symbol of Wan was transformed by the attack from Saint Xunchan, but it was broken apart by the palm of Mahavairocana. Saint Xunchan had an alarmed look in his eyes. It was as if he was very surprised by the sight in front of him. He lowered his head and looked at the colorless sea below, focused solely on Yi Futian. Yi Futian had disarmed his attack by using the palm of Mahavairocana. Although it was only a simple blow, it was from him, Xunchan, after all. Saint Xunchan was the cream of the crop existence in the Buddhist sect, who had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path. Even someone as strong as Lord Six Desires, Lord Liberty, and Lord Yemor had to take orders from him. Those were also existences who had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path, but there was still a considerable gap between them and Xunchan. Although his status was far beneath top giants such as Tongchan, he belonged to the group of people at the top of the pyramid in the Western world of Buddhism, both in status and strength. Even an unexpected blow from him contained destructive power that could not be imagined. Even those who had survived the first divine tribulation of the Great Path would find it difficult to face his attack, never mind a cultivator in the 8th realm or just broken through the 9th realm. Even if someone were able to resist it, it was bound to be at a great expense and may cause them grave injuries. However, Yi Futian was able to block his attack directly. This violated all the rules of cultivation. How could this be possible? Even with the help of the colorless sea, it was equally impossible. The gap was simply too great. How did Yi Futian make up for the difference? There was only one possibility. Yi Futian's combat effectiveness was more substantial than he was aware of. This aura, Saint Xunchan perceived the tyrannical aura released by Yi Futian. At this moment, Yi Futian no longer bothered to disguise it and released his own aura to the fullest. The aura that erupted from him was not at all like the aura from someone who had just entered into the 9th realm. Upon Yi Futian, Saint Xunchan even felt a slight trace of the aura from someone who had survived the divine tribulation. This meant that Yi Futian's true strength was probably far more than someone who had just entered Renhuang of the 9th realm. Did you conceal the strength of your cultivation before? Saint Xunchan stared at Yi Futian and asked him. This whole situation was out of order. I went to Spirit Mountain, where all the Buddhas were present, even the Buddha himself made an appearance. You think I was hiding my cultivation? Yi Futian looked at Saint Xunchan with a sarcastic expression. Did Xunchan just suggest that he was hiding before the Lord of all Buddhas and the other Buddha lords? How preposterous. So, you have indeed just recently broken through to the 9th realm, but why do I sense the aura of someone who had survived the divine tribulation? Saint Junchan stared at Yi Futian because he was truly curious. Could it be that there were still some other secret treasures on Yi Futian? Yi Futian didn't mind dragging this out for a while longer. He stared back at Saint Junchan and replied, "You weren't wrong." What did that mean? Saint Junchan's eyes sharpened. What did Yi Futian mean by that? He wasn't wrong. This was the aura of someone who survived divine tribulation. Tribulation. Saint Junchan remembered previous rumors that had occurred in Six Desires Heaven and other places, that a mysterious cultivator experiencing the divine tribulation all over the place had completed the divine tribulation in the domain of path obliteration. Was Yi Futian the person who experienced divine tribulation? It was you surviving the divine tribulation in Six Desires Heaven? Saint Junchan stared at Yi Futian in disbelief. A ninth realm Ren Huang experiencing divine tribulation? And was this the reason why Yi Futian's momentum was so powerful? Your perception sucks. Yi Futian said sarcastically. He didn't mind telling Saint Junchan the truth. Today, only one of them would leave alive. There was a terrible rumbling sound that was heard, and the colorless sea was still roiling. Under the sound of Guqin, the light of Buddha in the colorless sea poured into Yi Futian's body. He closed his eyes. His entire body was radiant, bathed in the light of Buddha, and holier than anything else. Seal. A word came out of Yi Futian's mouth, and suddenly the infinite light of Buddha gathered in the vast domain, turning into a gigantic Buddha. It enveloped this entire coastal region. It was now turning into an absolute domain space and sealed it shut. Within this domain, everything must be isolated, including the will of the way and divine consciousness. Even if Saint Junchan knew the truth, it was impossible for him to spread that news around. This space is an independent and insulated world of its own. The sound of Buddha lingered and resounded through the void. Around the coastal region, all the Buddhas surrounded the sky above. Yi Futian stood on the sea with his hands clasped in front of him and his eyes closed tightly. It was as if he was the master of this sea at this moment. Today, he would use the colorless sea to kill Junchan. Chapter 2503, Go Back into Reincarnation. Saint Junchan glanced at the surrounding heaven and earth. He detected a peculiar aura inside this absolute sealed space. This was the domain created by Yi Futian, and it had actually blocked out all other kinds of powers. At the same time, in this vast domain, every one of the Buddhas was suspended in the air, and the golden light of Buddha was set ablaze. All these great Buddhas were chanting the sound of Buddha, which lingered between heaven and earth. They resonated with the Guqin played by Yi Futian, turning it into the Vajra spell. Yi Futian stood on the surface of the sea, and a Buddha phantom appeared to surround him. By leveraging the will of all the Buddhas in the colorless sea, Yi Futian was able to turn himself into a Buddha, as if he had already proclaimed the way. His aura was comparable to that of Junchan's. Only at this moment did Saint Junchan realized just what kind of a monster he was facing. This was a genius talent from Divine Prefecture who had experienced the divine tribulation in the ninth realm, and now leveraging the will of all the Buddhas in the colorless sea. In fact, Yi Futian was well known in the Divine Prefecture even before this, and Junchan had known quite a lot about him. This was why he had gone to intercept Yi Futian. Still, he seemed to have underestimated this genius talent and the terrifying extent of his ability. Saint Junchan could never have imagined that this cultivator, who came to the Western world of Buddhism as a Ren Huang in the eighth realm, continued to be a thorn at his side, even without the divine body. Saint Junchan no longer intended to underestimate his enemy and was sobering up to prepare for the coming battle. He could sense the imminent threat that was permeating from Yi Futian. The light of Buddha lit up all over the colorless sea, and a terrible aura was released from Saint Junchan. His eyes were terrifying, and a sacred halo appeared behind him. The light of Buddha that came from the massive ancient Buddha could set the world on fire and blind the eyes of the beholders. It was the Mahavairokkana. Mahavairokkana was an extraordinary battle form of Buddhism. However, as Saint Junchan was also a cultivator of Buddhism with profound cultivation, he was an expert in all of the Buddhist methods, including Mahavairokkana. More importantly, when someone's cultivation was at the level of Saint Junchan, his Mahavairokkana battle form contained defining self-characteristics. The light of Buddha emitted from it contained terrible destructive power, as if it could expiate all the others. Rumble. The palm of Mahavairokkana pressed down, and heaven and earth roared as the colorless sea continued to roil. Frantic waves now raged over the once calming surface of the sea. At the same time, the heavens were lit up by the flaming light of Buddha. By borrowing the will of the ancient Buddhas, Futian was protected by the golden frame, which also gave way to the Mahavairokkana battle form. His version of the Mahavairokkana battle form was immensely virile, containing the incomparable divine light of the sun, which shot out lights of destruction. In the void, all the Buddhas condensed the seals at the same time, which they blasted toward the Mahavairokkana from Saint Shunchan. These two massive handprints intersected and collided above the colorless sea. The flaming light of Buddha was so fervent that it was simply blinding. That wave of searing air current could dry up the sea, but this sea was no ordinary body of water either. This was the colorless sea. Even so, the sea was still roaring and howling as the two attacks collided in the void. Both attacks dissipated as soon as they made contact, but none of them had the upper hand. This blow made Saint Shunchan realize that after Futian leveraged the will of the Buddhas in the colorless sea, his combat effectiveness was no less than his own. The will of the Buddhas in the colorless sea was different from ordinary willpowers. This will was more real in a sense. At that time, the Buddhas had merged their collective will into the colorless sea to suppress that demonic fiend, so it was conceivable that this will had to be immensely powerful. Furthermore, it was a will that was imbued with spirit. Now, it was reawakened by Futian's sound of Guqin, and he, alone, controlled these resurrected Buddhas. Futian, you are disrespectful to Buddhism, and the Buddha will definitely release you. Saint Shunchan looked down at Futian and declared in an icy voice. Those words resounded throughout the 9 heavens, attempting to influence Futian's will. I use the hands of all the Buddhas here to clean the house of Buddhism, and the Buddha will not guilt me for that. Futian responded, once, the Buddhas suppressed the demonic fiend in this place. Saint Shunchan, even though you are a student of Buddhism, you are bewitched by the evils in your heart. The colorless sea is where you will be buried. You speak without shame. Saint Shunchan looked down at Futian and said, show me just how strong you can be by borrowing the will of the ancient Buddhas. As his voice faded, the sound of Buddha came from his mouth. This sound resonated throughout the void, like a Buddhist mantra or spell, making the colorless sea tremble. Even the will of all the Buddhas on Futian was affected and seemed to peel away from Futian. Futian frowned. Saint Shunchan seemed to be communicating with the will of the Buddhas using Buddhist spells so that they would not be under Futian's control and would return to the colorless sea. This would, no doubt, directly weaken Futian's strength so that it would be impossible for Futian to contend against him with his own realm alone. Futian raised his head and glanced at Shunchan. He was indeed an existence who had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path. However, Futian had been spending all these years inside the library of the Buddhist sect, and he had not wasted his time there. He had cultivated at Spirit Mountain for more than 10 years and had comprehended the Buddhist scriptures even before he was able to break through the boundary of the realm. After the efforts of all these years, his methods of Buddhism were no longer what they were when he first arrived in Spirit Mountain. How could a few months of cultivation compare to the cultivation of more than a decade? At this moment, Futian uttered the sound of Buddha and put down the Guqin. His hands clasped together, and an infinitely solemn Buddhist aura suddenly emitted from him. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. The sound of Buddha lingered in the sky, and the colorless sea seemed to be suppressed and was becoming extremely quiet and calm. At the same time, the will of all the Buddhas had been integrated into him and was now stabilized once more. Faces of ancient Buddhas seemed to appear faintly with solemn expressions. Solemn and holy, it was as if they had really been manifested into reality. 6 syllables of truth. Saint Shunchan felt that his spell had been suppressed in the void, and he had a terrible look on his face. The heaven and the earth resonated, and the will of all the Buddhas were one. Above the firmament, the true form of Buddhism was revealed, and all of them were bona fide ancient Buddhas. Futian had actually comprehended the 6 syllables of truth. No wonder he dared to come to the colorless sea like this. Buddhist cultivators who were able to comprehend the 6 syllables of truth were all people with superb Buddhist methods. They possessed deep roots in Buddhism and had predestination with the Buddha. Since ancient times, only those who were truly at the great Buddha level could comprehend and accomplish such cultivation. Futian understood the 6 syllables of truth. In this colorless sea, all the Buddhas would think that he was the one true Buddha who had obtained the true teachings of Buddhism, while Zhenchan would stand on the opposite side of them. As soon as the 6 syllables of truth were spoken out loud, veritable Buddhas suddenly revealed themselves in the heavens, and each one of them was like the ancient Buddha in the colorless sea who had been revived. They incarnated as a real Buddha sitting in the void, surrounding Zhenchan. At the same time, the one gigantic ancient Buddha began to solidify his presence into being, completely covering this corner of the sky, majestic and boundless. Futian's body was growing larger as well, turning into a Buddha. All this in front of him made Zhenchan trembling in his heart. This was the reality battle form. Futian had acquired another battle form in his arsenal. Futian had transformed into a Buddha. It was as if he, a cultivator of the divine prefecture, was the true heir of Buddhism. He had cultivated supreme Buddha methods, and he intended to use them to release Zhenchan in the here and now. Zhenchan, return into reincarnation. A voice spoke. It seemed like the sound of Buddha was lingering between heaven and earth. It was like an unshakable truth of the great path asking Zhenchan to go back into reincarnation. Chapter 2504, Killing Zhenchan. The 6 syllables of truth was the supreme mantra of Buddhism. Although it possessed no direct power to attack, it could bless, thus augmenting, all kinds of Buddhist methods. The mantra itself represented the greatest wisdom of Buddhism and was considered the most orthodox of all Buddhist powers. When the 6 syllables of truth appeared, the colorless sea seemed to have produced some kind of resonance with Futian. It was as if all the willpower of Buddhism within the colorless sea could be used by him. What was more terrifying was that the Buddhas appeared like great Buddhas in their physical forms, releasing tremendously aggressive Buddhist methods. At this moment, Saint Zhenchan was alone and on his own, as if he was a public enemy of Buddhism. There was a terrible look on his face now. In all this, he was the cultivators of Buddhism and should be one of their own, while Futian was the true outsider, a visitor from the divine prefecture. Now, these Buddhas were fighting alongside Futian. With their blessings on him, the Buddhist methods released from Futian seemed to bent on suppressing him. Futian had even arrogantly declared to send him back into the cycle of reincarnation. It was as if his words were the absolute truth, the principle of the great path. It would send him, Zhenchan, into the wheels of reincarnation. The sound of Buddha lingered as heaven and earth resonated. The sound of Buddha came from all the Buddhas all at once and resounded throughout the colorless sea. The terrible Vajra spell went for Saint Zhenchan, piercing through the shadows of Buddhas that had gathered around Saint Zhenchan. They even blasted towards Saint Zhenchan himself with the intention to kill. At this moment, what really terrified Saint Zhenchan was that Futian might really have what it takes to send him back into reincarnation. Boom! Saint Zhenchan had a solemn expression on his face, and he seemed to be in a grave mood. He clasped his hands together in front of him, and his eyes closed tight. Above his body, the golden light of Buddha radiated as he transformed into a real Buddha. Behind him, shadows of Buddhas appeared as solidly as if they were real entities. Subsequently, these shadowy Buddhas stretched out their arms, more and more, until they covered up the entire sky and blocked out the sun. At Saint Zhenchan's brow chakra, a divine eye seemed to have opened up. It held a mark of Buddhism, which was extremely shocking to behold. That mark turned into something like a sword, carrying with it an unparalleled sharp aura, like that of a peerless warrior. In an instant, all the hands that were released by the Buddhas behind Saint Zhenchan were holding a divine sword. These divine swords released an unparalleled sharpness that seemed to slaughter all evil demons in this world. The swords had not yet been unleashed before that terrifying sword will came for the kill. Everything in its path was extinguished and silenced. Futian also felt the oppressive power of this technique. This ought to be a potent attack that Saint Zhenchan had derived from the Buddhist superpowers. This divine sword was even more terrifying than the sword of catastrophe from the divine tribulation of the Great Path, comparable to the sword of law, which was capable of shattering all the power of the Great Path. Yi Futian knew that Saint Xunchan felt his life was being threatened, so he had unleashed his most powerful last resort to end him here in the colorless sea. In this battle, one of them had to be buried in this place of Buddhist legend. Mahavairokkana. The Buddha body transformed by Yi Futian released an unparalleled light of Buddha as the Vajra spell swept out. At the same time, all the Buddhas blasted out their supreme handprints, the palm of Mahavairokkana. Kill. Saint Xunchan uttered. Although he was a Buddhist, at this moment, his murderous intent had shot through the sky. This attack technique was just like his own character, domineering and sharp. This technique was created by him, the eponymous Xunchan sword. The moment the Xunchan sword was released, those many arms moved at the same time as well. The divine swords in their hands slashed out. They collided with the Vajra spell but were unable to shake it in the slightest. Those arms continued to extend out with the divine swords in their hands, covering all the space, missing no corners, and slaughtered everything in sight. The palms of Mahavairokkana collided with the Xunchan swords as an apocalyptic light erupted above the colorless sea. The palms of Mahavairokkana were broken up and destroyed, but the Xunchan swords were constantly breaking apart as well, one after another. However, those arms seemed infinite and endless, continued to slaughter at those Buddhas with Xunchan swords in hand. Even if these were Buddhas who were resurrected, if they were here to help Yi Futian, Saint Xunchan would slay all of them. What if they were the ancient Buddhas? He, Saint Xunchan, was a great Buddha of the present day, and he was not afraid of the will of some ancient Buddhas from the past. Boom, boom, boom. Those terrifying attacks collided, and the arms holding the Xunchan swords stabbed at the shadows of Buddhas, extinguishing them, one by one. The destructive power was far too horrific. It seemed as if a strike by the Xunchan sword was enough to cause immediate destruction. No matter what power of the Great Path it was transformed from, they were annihilated equally. People who have cultivated to the same level as Saint Xunchan had their own understanding of the way, and Xunchan's sword was an example of such comprehension. Having perceived the terrifying attacks from Saint Xunchan, Yi Futian did not waver in the slightest. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. The 6 syllables of truth remained as the sound of Buddha lingered in the sky above the colorless sea. The heavens resonated, as the seal that covered this coastal region personified into shadows of Buddha, like a mural cast from these Buddhas. This was no longer just the 108 Buddhas but hundreds and thousands of great Buddhas. All of the Buddhas resonated as if listening to the truth preached by the Buddha. Seeing those countless arms continued to extend outward to slay, all the Buddhas also stretched out their arms at the same time. All Buddhas returned to the source. Saint Xunchan raised his head to look into the sky. Under the light of the great sun, all Buddhas returning to the source. At this moment, Saint Xunchan truly felt a sense of desperation. How was Yi Futian able to achieve this phenomenon after only having been in the Spirit Mountain for a little over a decade? Even after he had cultivated for this many years, he was unable to achieve a vision such as all Buddhas returning to the source. However, Yi Futian did it by leveraging the will of the Buddhas in the colorless sea. This blow spared nothing, and everything was destroyed in its wake. There was a horrific sound of rumbling. When this blow fell, those many arms shattered, and even the Xunchan swords could not resist it, as its force directly submerged this space. This blow was not the power from Yi Futian, but the power of all the Buddhas. Yi Futian was just the person who set it all into motion. He had urged the phenomenon of all Buddhas returning to the source with the 6 syllables of truth, and as all the Buddhas came down with their joint attack, it was not something that Saint Xunchan could have resisted. Boom! The attack annihilated everything. It blasted on the colorless sea. The colorless sea tossed and turned violently as if the sea itself had been punched through. The tumbling colorless sea roared and howled and only gradually calmed down after a few moments. A few rays of Sarira light flew out from the colorless sea, trying to escape. Yi Futian's eyes were cold and indifferent. His finger pointed at those Sarira beads, and suddenly they shattered, one after another. A phantom of Saint Xunchan seemed to appear now, his face distorted, angry, as well as a tinge of reluctance and desperation. Zhenchan, a great Buddha of the world of Buddhism, had fallen into the hands of a youngster from the divine prefecture. It was a lamentable ending. "Go," Yi Futian said, and the phantom of Saint Zhenchan disappeared, his soul and spirit dissipated into nothingness. At the same time, the aura from his body gradually lessened as the will of the Buddhas returned to the colorless sea. There was a pervading sense of weakness. But Yi Futian heaved a sigh of relief. In this battle, Zhenchan was killed. Now, there was one less worry for him, as there was one less powerful enemy. Chapter 2505, The Return. The colorless sea returned to its previous state of tranquility. Meanwhile, Yi Futian closed his eyes and rested. However, he suddenly sensed a very powerful negative emotion. It was as if there was an invasion of another will, which did not leave his body. What's going on? Yi Futian wondered. In his perception, he saw a Buddha. This Buddha was solemn and sacred, dazzling with divine light. But it was invading him little by little, intending on occupying his entire consciousness. This was not right. Yi Futian perceived something unusual and realized this was no time for rest, after all. The light of Buddha on his body was radiant as he recited the sound of Buddha until he was covered in nothing but the light of Buddha, which attempted to purify all evil spirits. Is that his will? Yi Futian's heart trembled slightly. He remembered the legend of the colorless sea. He fought in the colorless sea and killed Saint Zhenchan by the collective will of all the Buddhas in the colorless sea, but this collective will was here for a reason, to suppress that powerful demon who was once a great Buddha. Just as he was borrowing the collective will of the Buddhas in the colorless sea, the will of that demon stole its way in as well. In his consciousness, the invading Buddha phantom turned dark. It was a pitch-black Buddha whose lotus seat had taken root in his consciousness. At this time, Yi Futian was becoming extremely irritable and negative. He remembered many horrible things from the past, like the time when he first entered the Western world of Buddhism, when he was chased by the great elder Mortian, when he was hunted by Lord Six Desires, or when he was kept prisoner by Lord Initial Zen and the others. There was also the hostility from Saint Zhenchan, Shenyang Arhat, Shenyang Buddha Lord, and so many other similar instances. These memories had all flooded his mind at this point in time. There were even voices in his head, saying, "Man is evil by nature, and all Buddhas are sanctimonious." Yi Futian's expression changed slightly as he proceeded to take out the divine guqin, yearning, once again, and played with both hands. At the same time, his lips were constantly moving, and the sixth syllable of truth reverberated throughout this space. Suddenly, all the Buddhas resonated with him again, and the colorless sea was in turmoil once more. The sea rolled back, flowing upstream against logic, and shrouded Yi Futian's body. The will of the Buddha once again resonated with the will of Yi Futian. Under the 6 syllables of truth, the sound of Buddha was simply deafening and worked to keep him in a state of alertness. His body was transformed into the body of a Buddha, and at the same time, he visualized an ancient golden Buddha in his mind's eye, sitting on a golden lotus, facing the dark Buddha, trying to suppress the other. This demon was drawn by him and should be dispelled by him as well. Once before, the will of all the Buddhas had been integrated into the colorless sea to suppress this demon, and it should be possible to do the same again today. In the sea of consciousness, the 2 great Buddhas were at an impasse. The only difference was that the dark Buddha was only one, but across from him, the golden ancient Buddha was surrounded by many other Buddhas. The sound of Buddha was coming out of them at the same time. This world had been transformed into a world of the Buddhas, suppressing all evil demons. Rumble. Yi Futian's body trembled slightly. Even though he had stabilized his body and soul with the Buddhist methods, it was difficult to achieve absolute peace. The 2 wills were fighting and struggling, and he felt a splitting headache, which was more taxing on him than when he was dealing with Saint Zhenchan before. Moreover, that invading demon was extremely terrifying and stubborn. He was once a great Buddha who was proficient in Buddhist doctrines. Later, he gave up hope in all things, which paved the way for him to become obsessed with the demonic realm. For this reason, the effect of Buddhism on him was limited. He had never been truly and completely vanquished in all these years. Yi Futian even mobilized the imperial will, as his whole body was now as bright as a divine body, while the two wills struggled. He seemed to have suppressed the opponent somewhat but was unable to destroy it. At this time, the clouds and mist above the sky parted, as the light of Buddha was shining down, falling on the surface of the colorless sea, shrouded Yi Futian's body at the same time. Over yonder, a beam of light descended, and at the end of that light of Buddha, a great Buddha with a golden frame could be seen. He looked down at Yi Futian. "The Buddha Lord of colorless heaven," Yi Futian secretly exclaimed in his heart. There were several very powerful great Buddhas in the colorless heaven, and this should be someone at the level of the Buddha Lords. The light of Buddha shone on Yi Futian as if there was a thought that directly entered into Yi Futian's consciousness, helping him to fight against that Buddha of the darkness. The light of Buddha on these Buddhas became more fervent. Gradually, cracks appeared on that dark shadow of a Buddha. However, his eyes remained indifferent and cold as he watched all this. Then, everything shattered and was destroyed, dissipating into nothingness. "It's done," Yi Futian thought to himself, as the collective will of the Buddhas left him and dissipated once again. As the light of the Buddha on his body retracted, he looked up into the firmament, bowed, and said, "Thank you, Buddha Lord." That Buddha Lord put his hands together and replied, "Amitabha, benefactor, Yi has a deep connection with Buddhism. If you continue to cultivate in Buddhism, you will be a great Buddha one day. Buddha Lord speaks too highly of me. Buddhism is profound, and I have only just scratched the surface. This time I have disturbed you in colorless sea and almost caused serious trouble. I beg your forgiveness." Yi Futian bowed again and apologized. "Benefactor, Yi had no choice in the matter," the great Buddha responded. "Thank you, Buddha Lord, for your understanding. I apologize for disturbing Buddha Lord's cultivation. I will take my leave now," Yi Futian said. That Buddha Lord put his hands together as Yi Futian bowed to take his leave. Then, his figure flickered as he departed, and the light of Buddha that was above the firmament also dissipated. The Buddha Lord himself disappeared as well. Yi Futian drove hard on the journey using Buddha's celerity. It didn't take long before he came to a place, and he stopped to close his eyes to cultivate. At the same time, he notified Hua Jiyu and the others that their trouble was no more. A few days later, Yi Futian, having recuperated, continued to push on his journey with Buddha's celerity, moving out of the Western world of Buddhism. Everything in the world of Buddhism had now come to an end, so he should be leaving now. At the same time, many great Buddhas of the Western world of Buddhism had received news of Saint Shunchan's demise. For a time, their hearts were disturbed. However, some great Buddhas seemed to have already foreseen this very ending, and they remained as peaceful as ever. Grandmaster Bitter Zen learned of the news while he was sweeping outside the library. He merely raised his head to look into the distance before continuing the task of cleaning up the fallen leaves. In comparison, the likes of Shenyang Buddha Lord and the others were more shocked by the news. Yi Futian had managed to hunt down and kill Saint Shunchan at the colorless sea. He had done so by leveraging the collective will of all the Buddhas inside the colorless sea. Saint Shunchan was no more. With the death of Saint Shunchan, Zhenchan Temple was now just something that was part of the past. In the endless void, a golden-winged rock was moving forward through the emptiness, with turbulence raging in the space it was traveling through. On the back of the golden-winged rock, Hua Jiyu looked behind her with her beautiful eyes. It seemed as if she was looking for something. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her and landed on the back of the golden-winged rock. Without the slightest fluctuation of aura, it appeared simply out of thin air. It was Yi Futian. The golden-winged rock was controlled by him. It was natural for him to pinpoint its location and meet up with Hua Jiyu and the others. "That's amazing," Chen Yi remarked when he saw Yi Futian appear without warning in front of them. In his experience, no matter what kind of great path power was used to travel through the void, there were always some signs which could be perceived ahead of time. However, Yi Futian's appearance was without the slightest fluctuation in aura. It was as if he had truly appeared out of nowhere. Buddha's celerity is one of the 6 superpowers of Buddhism. It is indeed amazing, Yi Futian responded with a smile. "Master." Fang Kun and the others came forward and called him happily. They were very happy when they saw Yi Futian's safe return, especially comparing this to when he was being chased by Saint Shunchan. Everything is fine now, Yi Futian smiled and said. He then looked at Hua Jiyu. I've come back. Hua Jiyu nodded. Let's go home. Yi Futian smiled, and the group of them nodded in agreement. Time to leave and get back to the Ziwei segmentum. Chapter 2506, Return. To return to the Ziwei segmentum from Western Heaven, Yi Futian had to first pass through the Divine Prefecture. He passed by many places and heard many things. These past few years, the Ziwei segmentum had been sealed off from the outside world. Their news of the outside was naturally also cut off, so they did not know of the current changes to the outside world. However, on Yi Futian's way back, he obtained a lot of information. The lands of the original realm were now open to the various major worlds. It no longer solely belonged to the Divine Prefecture. The various worlds were now part of it. Unless the Divine Prefecture went to war with various worlds, it could only acquiesce in this. As time passed, the various major worlds opened up pathways to the original realm. It was the same for the lands of the Divine Prefecture. Each of the 18 domains had pathways leading to the original realm. This made Yi Futian emotional. It might be that the original realm had returned to how it was in ancient times. It served as the center of the world, and countless forces from various worlds gathered within it. As for how the original realm was overall, he was unable to find out. After all, the Ziwei segmentum did not have contact with the outside world, so he could not obtain useful information through his forces there. The changes of the world began in the original realm. Yi Futian recalled this prophecy. In Western Heaven, he learned that this prophecy had originated from the Western heavenly world and spread throughout the worlds. What did the changes of the world refer to exactly? Yi Futian and the others made a trip to Four Corner Village first. Back then, he had obtained a treasure from Princess Donghuang that could directly open a pathway from the original realm to the Divine Prefecture. However, he would not be able to use it for the trip back. That meant to say that he could leave the original realm but not return to it unless he borrowed a passageway opened by Donghuang Imperial Palace. However, that was currently impossible for him. Fortunately, in Four Corner Village, Master had opened a passageway to the original realm for him. That way, Yi Futian had a path between the original realm as well as the Divine Prefecture. In the Ziwei segmentum, among the vast starry sky, galaxies shifted, and starlight flowed. In the starry cultivation court of Ziwei Imperial Palace, many people raised their heads to the sky. They seemed to have sensed something as they revealed strange expressions. Yeah. A bolt of black lightning shot up past the clouds. A creature charged up into the starry sky. It was Black-winged Condor. When they saw this scene, the various cultivators in the starry cultivation court looked towards Black-winged Condor. Before this, they had already heard the news that Yi Futian would return. Now, from Black-winged Condor's reaction, they understood that Yi Futian was back. At that moment, everyone stopped cultivating and quietly waited. Not long after, a group of people arrived. They did not enter the starry cultivation court from the passageway in Ziwei Imperial Palace, instead directly appearing here. Yi Futian controlled the will of Great Emperor Ziwei, so he naturally could do so. In the starry sky, a golden-winged giant pengbird dove down with its wings outstretched. Its wings blocked out the sun as it circled around in the starry sky. It then stabilized itself and floated in mid-air. On the back of the golden-winged giant pengbird, a few figures stepped forward. The person who stood in the center had white robes purer than snow. He looked down at the familiar faces below and smiled. His expression was gentle, and there was not a shred of aura emanating from his figure. He seemed like an ordinary person, yet he gave off an extraordinary vibe. Everyone knew that Yi Futian had improved greatly on his journey. Futian. Palace Lord. Younger brother. Master. Many voices called out at the same time. Many titles were mentioned, but they all referred to the same person. They were all calling out to Yi Futian. Yi Futian had been away for more than a decade. It was such a long time. Now, he had finally returned. I am back, said Yi Futian as he smiled at the familiar faces approaching him. Boss, How about you leave this golden feather to be educated by Condor-sama? Black-winged Condor asked Futian. He had not taken his eyes off the golden-winged giant pengbird, Mo-yunzi. This golden-feathered bird was a great threat to his own position. Now that master had returned, he had to seize the initiative and assert his dominance. Golden feather? Mo-yunzi's sharp eyes shot over towards Black-winged Condor like daggers. Was he Condor-sama? This was the first time Mo-yunzi had heard someone refer to him with such an uncouth name. He was the divine bird, the golden-winged giant pengbird. Even in the world of Buddhism, he had standing and was the mount of Buddhas. This black bird dared to call him such a name. What are you looking at? I, Condor-sama, have followed master for many years. How can you be compared to me? Shouldn't you be showing your respect to yours truly? Black-winged Condor said in an arrogant tone. Buzz. Mo-yunzi could not tolerate this any longer. He immediately charged over with his golden claws outstretched. His dignity was still intact even though he was now the mount of Futian. He would not allow Black-winged Condor to walk all over him. Insubordination, chided Black-winged Condor as he dodged. The two demonic beasts took to the skies at extremely high speeds. The crowd watched this scene in surprise. Futian had just returned, and these two demonic beasts had actually begun fighting. Futian was also stunned. He then revealed a smile. Although these two fellows were fighting now, they were connected to him and knew where to draw the line. Was your journey successful this time? Lord Taishen asked. Lord Taishen greeted Futian politely first. He then looked to the others and said, "It has been years since we last met. I have missed you all. Seniors, pardon me for not greeting you all individually." The crowd nodded in understanding. It wasn't that Futian did not wish to follow protocol, there were just too many people. If Futian were to greet them all one by one, he would waste a lot of time. Cultivators did not bother with such formalities anyway. Our journey this time was very successful, replied Futian as he looked at Lord Taishen. He continued, I brought Qingqing to Western Heaven, and we went to Spirit Mountain. Qingqing was the reincarnation of the Buddhist lamp of the Buddha. She had accompanied the Buddha during his cultivation in her past life. She has now recovered her memories as ancient Buddha Qingdeng. Futian continued, Chen Yi went to Great Bright Domain and also obtained his inheritance. As for me, I had many fateful encounters in Western Heaven and cultivated many miraculous Buddhist doctrines. I had the opportunity to come in contact with several high-tier Buddhist doctrines on this trip. I have reaped many benefits from them. Futian summarized the experiences their group had over the past few years for the crowd. However, everyone knew that there was more to what he was telling them. This journey had certainly not been easy. Nevertheless, it seemed as though the benefits of this trip were indeed huge. The cultivation of these young fellows has also improved by a lot. It was well worth the trip, Emperor, she said as he looked at Fang Kun and the others behind Futian. Old Ma and the other cultivators from Four Corner Village also came forward. They revealed smiles as they looked at Little Ling and the others. Futian smiled as he looked at the crowd and said, First elder brother, second elder sister, third elder brother, Do Jiao, Muyu, all of you have improved greatly. These past few years, we have always been hard at work cultivating in the Ziwei segmentum. Since we were forced to seal ourselves away in the world of Ziwei, aside from cultivating, there was nothing else we could do. The Starry Cultivation Court also contains the will of the Great Emperor, so all of us have indeed improved greatly, Lord Taishen said with a smile. It is just that we do not know what has happened in the outside world and how the heavenly mandate realm is currently. Lord Taishen seemed to still long for the heavenly mandate realm. Responded Futian as he nodded his head. After so many years, I also wish to know how it is in the outside world currently. Now that I have returned, we can remove the seal on the Ziwei segmentum and head out to take a look. Chapter 2507, New Grudges and Old Vendettas. Ever since Futian left, the Ziwei segmentum had permanently been sealed off from the outside world. Everyone inside had been busy cultivating. They had been doing so for more than a decade. Although they had significantly improved, They also wanted to go back out into the world. After Yi Futian was reunited with everyone, he unlocked the seal of the Ziwei segmentum, allowing the others to go out and investigate the current changes to the original realm. However, Yi Futian did not dare to be too careless. Although it had been more than a decade, there were still many people who had their eyes on him and the Ziwei segmentum. Those who ventured out were required to have top renhuangs accompany them. Of course, he also knew that he did not need to be overly worried for their safety. After all, for the various forces, their target was still him. They would not target the others. Aside from that, Yi Futian had a certain level of self-confidence. Having cultivated celerity, even powerful existences who survived the second stage of the divine tribulation of the Great Path would have a hard time capturing him. Saint Xunchan was not just an ordinary figure who survived the second stage of the divine tribulation of the Great Path. Back then, Lord Six Desires, Lord Liberty, as well as Lord Yi, all obeyed his commands. Yet, even Saint Xunchan had not managed to capture Yi Futian as he pursued him. He had been lured by Yi Futian to the colorless sea and killed. From this, Yi Futian understood that he already had means of self-preservation by relying on celerity. Of course, celerity served more functions than just self-preservation. The people in the Ziwei segmentum had been stuck inside for far too long. After the seal was unlocked, they all left to see the outside world. Yi Futian was not in a hurry to venture out. After returning, he did not rush to cultivate, instead spending time with those close to him, such as his teachers. He had not been able to see them for so many years. Now, he naturally had to make up for it. Today, he was in a courtyard in Ziwei Imperial Palace playing chess with Qi Shengang, his teacher and the previous imperial advisor of Dali. Yi Futian's elder brother Yang Yuan and the girl Feishue were also with them. They watched quietly as the two of them played chess. The current Yi Futian was no longer what he once was before. He was no longer the younger brother who had headed over to the Dali dynasty to train. He now ruled over Ziwei Imperial Palace and was once the ruler of the original realm. Although he had yet to reveal his cultivation upon returning this time, the members of Ziwei Imperial Palace speculated that he was already invincible at the Renhuang Plain. After all, it was already tricky for Renhuangs to contend with him more than a decade ago, let alone now that he had returned from the world of Buddhism. Qi Shengang looked at the chessboard, and his eyes revealed a smile as he said, "It seems that you have benefited greatly from this trip to the Western world of Buddhism." "How could you tell?" asked Yi Futian. Qi Shengang smiled as he explained, "The chessboard reflects this. Although you still have a sharpness like before, you have become steadier. You advance and retreat in an orderly fashion. Your disposition is different." He seemed to have witnessed Yi Futian's growth. Now, the fate of the Ziwei segmentum was tied to Yi Futian. He might also still be related to the fate of the original realm. Qi Shengang naturally knew that Yi Futian was extraordinary. He was a figure who could rewrite the history of the cultivation world. They were all witnesses to this history. I comprehended Buddhist scriptures on Spirit Mountain in Western Heaven for many years and had some enlightenment. It might be that I have changed slightly, Yi Futian replied with a smile. Qi Shengang advised, "I heard that Buddhist doctrine is broad and profound. It is a shame that I never had the chance to come in contact with it. It is really fortunate for you to have had such an opportunity. Now, the world is in chaos, and this chaos is not just restricted to one realm. The various worlds are all facing it. You should befriend those who can be befriended. At the same time, continue to strengthen yourself and the powers you govern. Otherwise, alone, it will be difficult for you to handle everything." "I understand," replied Yi Futian as he nodded his head and took this to heart. More than a decade ago, ever since he returned to the original realm from the Divine Prefecture, the world had been thrown into chaos. In the past, he had even been in the midst of this storm. Now, more than a decade later, he had cut off contact with the outside world and had only made a trip to the world of Buddhism. However, the chaos of the outside world had not changed even after he left. The conflict had continued endlessly. When they looked back at this period of time in the future, it might be that it was merely a small portion of the chaos to ensue. At that moment, a fiery red silhouette dashed in from the outside. It was a divine phoenix that landed in the courtyard. It was Zifeng. After they met each other on Eastern Deity Island, she had always been following Yi Futian. Now, aside from the various demon clans that followed Yi Futian, he also had a few demonic beasts that followed him personally, such as Little Condor, Zifeng, and Mo Yunzi. When Yi Futian saw Zifeng appear, he suddenly felt emotional. Now, his cultivation was already at the peak of the Renhuang Plain, and he had even survived a divine tribulation of the Great Path. From the looks of it, he needed to pick back up the alchemy techniques that he had inherited from Supreme Deity Donglai on Eastern Deity Island. If he concocted pills now, he would certainly be able to concoct the most powerful imperial-level elixir. It was just like his teacher Qi Shengang had said, it was not enough for him to improve alone. In this chaotic world, with the Ziwei segmentum as his base, if he wanted to vie for power over the original realm, he needed to raise the power levels of the members in the entire Ziwei segmentum. In order to do so, alchemy would play a critical role. However, to concoct the highest level pills, they needed the prescriptions as well as extremely precious medicinal materials. All of these needed to be gathered. Although the memories of Supreme Deity Donglai contained many precious prescriptions, for Yi Futian at his current cultivation level, they were no longer powerful enough. Mr. Qi greeted Zifeng as she bowed towards Qi Shengang. Although her cultivation was far superior to Qi Shuangang's, she still was exceptionally polite to him. After all, he was Yi Futian's teacher. Yi Futian's teachers did not have high cultivation. However, in the Ziwei segmentum, they all held high positions. No one dared not to respect them. This was naturally due to Yi Futian's ability and influence. Of course, this was also because he was very respectful to his teachers. If he did not show them respect, others would naturally follow suit. Qi Shengang nodded as he returned the gesture. Zifeng, what news do you have of the outside world? Asked Yi Futian. From the news we have received from the outside, the various worlds have opened passageways to the original realm, Zifeng reported. These past few years, cultivators from the various worlds have been pouring into the original realm, causing the number of cultivators there to grow exponentially. The various worlds also have many strongholds. Currently, the original realm has become a gathering place for the cultivators of the various worlds. Besides that, many relics have emerged. There are even ancient ruined realms floating in the void, and some of them have Emperor's relics. All of them have been explored. In many places, cities, and even whole continents have been established. That means to say that there have been many more realms appearing in the original realm over the years, asked Yi Futian. In the past, the original realm had 9 supreme regions and was called the 3,000 Realms of the Great Path. However, with the changes to the original realm, many unknown lands had emerged and were gradually being explored, becoming new realms. Replied Zifeng as she nodded her head. It is not just that. The top forces of the various worlds have directly established realms in order to develop strongholds and allow more cultivators from their worlds into the original realm. They are all frenziedly developing their own powers. From the looks of it, the original realm is once again becoming the center region of the various worlds, lamented Qi Shengang. Yi Futian nodded and said, countless years ago, legend has it that the original realm was once the only world. After the collapse of the heavenly path and countless eons of changes, our current situation was established. However, it seems that the original realm contains infinite mysteries. These mysteries have surfaced over the years. Hence, the various worlds have all gathered in the original realm and have constantly competed. It is indeed akin to the center of the universe. This chaotic world is both a catastrophe and a fateful encounter. This will certainly be a grand era, added Qi Shengang. The Devil Emperor ended the chaos in the Devil World, whereas Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing ended the chaos in the Divine Prefecture. Now that the chaos in the original realm has spread across the various worlds, who will be the one to determine the rise and fall of each world? Yi Futian nodded his head. At that moment, he frowned slightly. He heard something. What is it? Qi Shengang asked when he saw Yi Futian's expression change. There are some things that I need to settle. Teacher, I will head back first, Yi Futian said as he got up. Go ahead, replied Qi Shengang as he nodded his head. Now, Yi Futian was the ruler of the Ziwei segmentum. He needed to oversee everything around here. Qi Shengang naturally understood this. Yi Futian's figure immediately disappeared without any fluctuations of aura as he sat there. When Qi Shengang and Yang Yuan witnessed this scene, they were stunned. From the looks of it, after returning this time, Yi Futian was even stronger than they had imagined. However, no one knew the exact extent of his powers yet. Yi Futian directly appeared in one of the squares of Ziwei Imperial Palace. Quite a number of people were here. A few of them were injured. These cultivators were one of few groups who left the Ziwei segmentum. They were mostly cultivators from the original realm, including Xiao Dingtian and Xiao Muyu from the Xiao clan, Do Jiao, and the clanlord of the Do tribe. All of them were actually injured. What happened? Asked Yi Futian. We were ambushed, responded Xiao Dingtian. ****, cursed Do Jiao, who had a short temper. They were cultivators from the Donghua domain chief's manor. The leader was Ning Hua. He knew that we emerged from the Ziwei segmentum. He actually planned to kill us all, not giving us any chance of survival. Ning Hua. A cold look flashed in Yi Futian's eyes. So it was Ning Hua, the vice-chief of the Donghua domain chief's manor. Back when Yi Futian was in the Donghua domain, Ning Hua hunted him relentlessly. Zhong Chan, the disciple of the Millet Emperor, had been killed by him too. Yi Futian had always kept this vendetta at heart. Now, Ning Hua actually attacked his alliance again after knowing that they left the Ziwei segmentum. Xiao Dingtian continued, Ning Hua is a 9th-tier Renhuang now. His Great Path is flawless, and he is proficient in the Grand Seal Great Path. He is strong. It was difficult for us to withstand his attack even with our combined powers. Fortunately, we received help from Mr. Tai, so we were barely able to escape. As he said this, he revealed a look of gratitude towards blind Tai. Yi Futian was well aware that Ning Hua was very powerful. Since a long time ago, Ning Hua was crowned the strongest proud son of heaven of the Donghua domain. There were 4 famous young cultivators in total. However, Ning Hua stood head and shoulders above the other 3 youths. He was exceptionally capable and was ranked first among the 4 of them. Xiao Dingtian was naturally not a match for Ning Hua, whose cultivation had reached the 9th tier of the Renhuang Plain. Xiao Dingtian added, Ning Hua's extremely arrogant. He called us vermin who could only hide in the Ziwei segmentum. He threatened to kill us all without mercy if we dared to step out to the outside world. When Yi Futian heard this, his facial expression turned as cold as ice. Ning Hua always had a high opinion of himself and was extremely presumptuous. Moreover, he bore a strong animosity towards Yi Futian. Ning Hua losing to Yi Futian when they were cultivating in the Starry Cultivation Court was one of the causes which led to Ning Hua's hatred towards him. However, now, things were no longer as they had been. If Ning Hua still wanted to provoke Yi Futian, then Yi Futian would settle both new grudges and old vendettas with him in one shot. Chapter 2508. Walking into the Lion's Den? In Ziwei Imperial Palace, Yi Futian met with the Millet Emperor and Li Changsheng. One was the master of Zhong Chan, and the other was his elder brother. Both of them were close to Zhong Chan. Now that Yi Futian was heading over to seek revenge, they had to be present. I will also head over to take a look, said Emperor Shi. His group had also come. Emperor Shi, thunder-punishing Skylord, and Emperor Shi's disciple, Yang Wuqi, were here. In the past, when Yi Futian was chased by Ning Hua, it was Yang Wuqi who had rescued Yi Futian and blocked off Ning Hua. During the conflict back then, Emperor Shi's group had grown closer to Yi Futian. They were also very curious about the Starry Cultivation Court and had been cultivating here all this while. Even when the Ziwei segmentum was sealed away, they remained here. If the Ziwei segmentum with Yi Futian as its center was considered independent from the various other forces, then Emperor Shi's group would also be considered part of the Ziwei segmentum faction. In terms of relationship, Emperor Shi and Yi Futian were not very close. He had merely aided Yi Futian at that time and thought highly of him. Emperor Shi himself was a man who was solely focused on cultivation. He had no desire for authority and influence. Hence, he had always been cultivating on Turtle Deity Island before this. Afterward, when he was exposed for aiding Yi Futian, he offended the domain chief of the Donghua domain, Ning Yuan. He could not remain on Turtle Deity Island any longer. He was also attracted to the miraculous starry cultivation court, which possessed a relic of a great emperor. Due to these reasons, he gradually ended up growing close with Yi Futian's faction. Although they were close, they never mentioned that they would join Yi Futian's group. They were merely borrowing the space for cultivation. However, after cultivating for many years here, it was clearly inappropriate to dust off their sleeves and leave. Moreover, in this current grand era, they wanted to witness how far Yi Futian and the Ziwei segmentum would go. The Black Turtle had also advised Emperor Shi not to attempt the second stage of the divine tribulation of the Great Path when it took the blow for him. It would be the end for Emperor Shi. However, Emperor Shi understood that it was impossible for him not to attempt it. If he wanted to take that step, the starry cultivation court might be an opportunity for him. Here, he could comprehend the will of the great emperor at all times. Yi Futian glanced at the people around him. The millet emperor had a cold and indifferent expression. Li Changsheng also had a stern look on his face. They had been waiting for this day for a very long time. They would never forget Zhong Chan's death. Let's go. After the group gathered, the golden-winged giant peng bird Mo Yunzi served as their mount. He spread his wings and took to the skies, leaving Ziwei Imperial Palace behind in an instant. Do Jiao, where is Ning Hua now? Asked Yi Futian. Do Jiao replied, the 18 domains of the Divine Prefecture have all established pathways to the original realm. The Donghua domain has also done the same, and the passageway is controlled by the domain chief's manor. They established a realm in the original realm and called it the Donghua realm. After more than a decade, it has grown to a considerable scale. This Donghua realm is directly linked to the Donghua domain in the Divine Prefecture. For many years, cultivators have continuously descended from the Donghua domain. Many of these cultivators, including those from the various major forces in the domain, have set up strongholds in the Donghua realm. Xiao Dingtian added, they call it the Donghua realm, but it is not that impressive. After all, the population is still too small. It is more akin to a city. It is a relic discovered by the Donghua domain chief's manor seized and occupied by them. They developed it afterward. However, the capabilities of the Donghua domain are limited, and the relic is not very precious. Otherwise, they would not have been able to hold on to it up until now. Someone added, that's right. These past few years, the outside world has been in a frenzy over relics. The conflict has never ended, although war has yet to erupt between the Divine Prefecture, the Dark World, and the empty Divine Realm. They have been slaughtering, pillaging, and fighting over territory. Yi Futian nodded his head. From the looks of it, the outside world had changed dramatically while the Ziwei segmentum had been sealed away. For top-level forces, it was not difficult for them to create a city out of thin air. As for the pillaging of the resources of the original realm, he naturally could imagine that happening. The Millet Emperor analyzed, the Donghua realm is connected to the domain chief of the Donghua domain. If we attack Ning Hua, Ning Yuan will surely come to assist him. I can hold Ning Yuan back. However, you still have quite a lot of enemies in the original realm. Many of them want to kill you. You must settle the score with Ning Hua as soon as possible. If we get encircled, the situation will become very messy. Do you have any plans in mind? In the past, with the help of the Wangshan Watchtower, the Millet Emperor was able to put up a fight with Ning Yuan and found a way to retreat. Even though the Millet Emperor was severely injured in the process, he was able to escape alive. After devoting himself to cultivating for many years, the Millet Emperor now had an even more profound cultivation. He could engage Ning Yuan in a battle for a short period of time with the aid of the Wangshan Watchtower. If Emperor Shi were willing to join the battle, it would be even better. Nevertheless, their group should not linger in the original realm for very long. For now, I will kill Ning Hua and spare Ning Yuan, Yi Futian said. Ning Yuan was the domain chief of the Donghua domain chief's manor. If Yi Futian killed him, the Donghuang Imperial Palace of the Divine Prefecture might take his action as a threat to their authority. Their situation would become murky then. Currently, Yi Futian's forces in the Ziwei segmentum were still not strong enough. They needed to be patient. Hence, Yi Futian only planned to kill Ning Hua this time and let Ning Yuan have a taste of the agony of losing his own son. The Millet Emperor placed high importance on Zhong Chan, and Zhong Chan was supposed to be his successor. Yet, Zhong Chan was killed by Ning Hua. Most likely, Ning Yuan had never experienced the pain suffered by the Millet Emperor before. Yi Futian would spare Ning Yuan? The Millet Emperor was stunned. He cast a surprised look at Yi Futian. His question was meant to find out how Yi Futian planned to escape unscathed from Ning Yuan. However, Yi Futian said that he would spare Ning Yuan for now. This caused the Millet Emperor to feel somewhat bizarre. Did Yi Futian think that their group already possessed the strength to kill Ning Yuan, the domain chief of the Donghua domain chief's manor? How much did Yi Futian improve exactly during his trip to Western Heaven recently? Which level was Yi Futian's cultivation at now? To the side, Li Changsheng, Emperor Shi, Yang Wuqi, and the others also glanced at Yi Futian. His statement of sparing Ning Yuan caused their imaginations to run wild. The current Void Realm had even more realms than it had before. Many relics hidden in the void space were discovered and developed into cities. The Donghua realm was one of them. This place was conquered by the Donghua domain and became the base for their forces in the original realm. Just as Xiao Dingtian had said, it was more appropriate to consider the Donghua realm as a city. The outskirts of the realm were still barren. The only city was the one in the center of the realm. Development took place in the areas around the city, slowly expanding outwards. This place might evolve into a true realm in a few years, with cultivators inhabiting every inch of land. Of course, the city which was located at the center was already very busy and lively now. After all, top forces from the Donghua domain and other places gathered and established powerful troops here. Moreover, a lot of top cultivators from various worlds were also here since many fateful encounters were awaiting them in the current original realm. An ancient aura permeated this continent where a relic stood. However, the city was newly built. In the sky above, a golden-winged giant pengbird glided past, heading towards the center of the city. Its wings were outstretched, shielding the sun. Many cultivators down below raised their heads to look at the bird. They were slightly shocked. Such a powerful divine bird, someone exclaimed. It's a 9th-tier demon emperor, someone pointed out. With a dash, many renhuangs took to the sky. A 9th-tier demon emperor had come. Moreover, it was carrying quite a few cultivators with it. Something big was about to happen. Let's go and take a look. One by one, the local cultivators dashed and tailed the golden-winged giant pengbird from a distance away. They wanted to see what would happen. For the cultivators to be able to use a 9th-tier demon emperor as a mount, what level would they be at? They might have come to the Donghua realm bearing ill intentions. The Donghua Palace was the branch set up by the Donghua domain chief's manor in the original realm. Vice Chief Ning Hua was cultivating in the palace. He had returned from his adventure not long ago. After discovering that the cultivators from the Ziwei segmentum had come out to the outside world again, he taught them a lesson. He would have killed some of them if a few experienced cultivators from the other party had not joined forces to push him back. As for Yi Futian, he was now the common enemy of all forces of the Divine Prefecture. A while ago, there was news of him visiting the Great Bright Domain and then the world of Buddhism. Ning Hua's father, Ning Yuan, heard some rumors from the Imperial Palace, claiming that Yi Futian was hunted by other cultivators when he was in the world of Buddhism. The divine body of Shenjia the Great Emperor had been destroyed. Apparently, Yi Futian went to explore Western Heaven after that. There were no detailed updates of his trip there. After all, Western Heaven had no connections with the Divine Prefecture. They could only learn bits and pieces of information regarding Yi Futian through the Imperial Palace. Yi Futian had indeed gone to a very far place. Now that so many years had passed, he would most likely be back, right? Otherwise, it would be unwise for the cultivators to emerge from the Ziwei segmentum and be active in the outside world again. However, since Yi Futian had lost the divine body of Shunjia the Great Emperor and had become the common enemy of the divine prefecture, Ninghua was curious to see how long it would take before Yi Futian could muster his courage to leave the Ziwei segmentum himself. As for Ninghua, since many other cultivators revealed their talents during the chaos of the original realm back then, he was no longer a bright cultivator people looked highly upon in the original realm now. Taking Yi Futian as an example, he was almost invincible among the Renhuangs. This caused Ninghua to feel very stressed. Therefore, he had been training hard to improve himself. Currently, Ninghua's cultivation was at the peak of the Renhuang Plain. He believed that in a few years, he would have the opportunity to undergo the divine tribulation. At that moment, a powerful pressure descended outside the Donghua Palace. This caused Ninghua to frown. At the same time, in the Donghua Palace, cultivators took to the skies one after another. They looked up into the sky and saw a divine golden-winged giant peng bird floating in mid-air. Its gaze was as sharp as daggers. On the back of the divine golden-winged giant peng bird, a very familiar group of figures stood. The leader was dressed in white robes and had white hair. Everyone in the Donghua Palace knew who he was. During the Donghua banquet, Yi Futian had astounded everyone in the Donghua domain. After so many years, Yi Futian actually dared to emerge from the Ziwei segmentum. Yi Futian gazed down below from the back of the golden-winged giant pengbird and shouted, "Ninghua." His voice reverberated throughout the space and shook the Donghua Palace. This caused the hearts of countless people to tremble. Ninghua appeared. At the same time, several beams of spatial light shone in the Donghua Palace. It seemed as though teleportation grand matrices had been activated. When Yi Futian's group saw this scene, they did not do anything to stop it. It could even be said that they did not mind it at all. It was as though they had not seen it. Their gazes were fixed on the figure emerging from the Donghua Palace. It was the previous top monstrous figure and the vice-chief of the Donghua domain, Ninghua. Yi Futian. Ninghua called out as he looked up at the group of figures in the sky. He never thought that Yi Futian would emerge from the Ziwei segmentum and appear here. For a moment, the members of the Donghua Palace, as well as countless people in the surrounding area, all raised their heads and looked up at the gigantic divine bird in the sky. Was Yi Futian here to seek vengeance? Spatial light shone. In Donghua Palace, cultivators kept appearing. They were all cultivators from the supreme forces of the Donghua domain. Cultivators from Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow, Taihua Mountain, Nanhua Clan, Desolate God Palace, and other major forces appeared. They all looked towards Yi Futian and were somewhat surprised. It had been many years since the great emperor revealed himself, and Yi Futian sealed himself away in the Ziwei segmentum. However, for Yi Futian, this amount of time was still far from enough. For Yi Futian to emerge from the Ziwei segmentum now was undoubtedly him walking into the lion's den. Many people had a score to settle with him. It was the order of the imperial palaces to set up those space teleportation grand matrices. They were established to deal with any world war that could break out in the future so that help could arrive anytime. To their surprise, its first use was to deal with Yi Futian. That area was immediately filled with powerful energy in which the Donghua Palace was shrouded. All of those powerful cultivators set their eyes on Yi Futian. Some of them had even gone through the divine tribulation of the Great Path once. After all, the domain chief's mana of the Donghua domain was relatively weak among the 18 manas. In contrast, some of them were very powerful. Yi Futian, Zhu Muhuang shouted, "You shouldn't have left." Yi Futian threw an indifferent glance at Zhu Muhuang. He responded with a cold look. "I came here for Ninghua. It's none of anyone else's business. So, you'd better not intervene." Zhu Muhuang frowned at him, and many people put on a shocked look. That guy was still so arrogant. Didn't he know what he had got himself into? How would he resist such a powerful lineup? Staring at Yi Futian, Ninghua was somewhat surprised. He had thought Yi Futian would panic and despair. In fact, many people around Yi Futian had. After all, They had had no idea that the stations of different domains in the divine prefecture were connected. However, Yi Futian neither panicked nor despaired. He just remained pushy and arrogant. Why was that? Boom! Ninghua gave off a powerful aura. While he was suspended in the air, the force of the Grand Seal Great Path spread far and wide. It was horrifying. Even that pair of eyes had a powerful force. Gazing at Yi Futian, he said, "You intend to kill me? Have you achieved any breakthrough all this time?" Chen Yi. Glancing at Ninghua indifferently, Yi Futian said, "Kill him." "Yes." Chen Yi nodded. He walked ahead, and Ninghua was petrified. Yi Futian's indifferent gaze made him realize that this man did not even bother to fight him. Yi Futian totally ignored him and sent Chen Yi to deal with him. Yi Futian was already very powerful back then. He showed tremendous combat power when he was at the 8th level. Ninghua was not sure about defeating him indeed. However, he could not believe Yi Futian had sent Chen Yi to fight. When Yi Futian defeated Chen Yi in the Donghua banquet, Ninghua was already the #1 genius in the Donghua domain. But Yi Futian despised him to such an extent. Boom! A surprising sealing force broke out. Numerous sealing runes showed up on his body. It was the God Seal spell. Instantly, that great path of space seemed to be closed. The moment Ninghua, who had achieved the peak Renhuang plane, gave that force off, the great path domain newly erected seemed to block all other forces. The divine light of the seals flew out of Ninghua's eyes toward Chen Yi, aiming at the latter's eyes while he was approaching the former. That divine light of the seals could even seal spiritual souls. The God Seal spell could seal everything in the world. Countless seal spells fell from the sky and turned into the divine lights of the great path that flew to Chen Yi, intending to seal all of his forces. However, at the same moment, two formidable lights also came from Chen Yi's eyes. Those were the real light. The method of light crashed into the divine light of the seals and blocked the invasion of the sealing force. In the meantime, his body was shining and turned into the body of light that looked like a divine body. His body floating in the air seemed to be the source of light. The lights from him were bright enough to blind people's eyes and purify everything in the world. Meeting the divine lights of the seals in the air, they surprisingly turned those runes into nothing. Is he so strong? Those powerful cultivators were looking at the two's battlefield from far away. That divine light was dazzling. Many Renhuang standing in the distance felt their sights were blocked, although they were not the ones being attacked. They could hardly open their eyes in that light. The powerful cultivators from the Donghua domain were even more nervous. Chen Yi was also from the Donghua domain. It was from there that he left for the Donghua banquet with Yi Futian. And by then, Chen Yi turned out to be so dreadful. He was on the peak Renhuang plane. In the fight against Ninghua, his path of light suppressed Ninghua's God Seal spell. Even the practitioners around Yi Futian were shocked by the fact that Chen Yi was already strong enough to defeat Ninghua, let alone others. As Chen Yi approached Ninghua floating, numerous beams of light shot at the latter. Ninghua turned pale. His body seemed to transform into the sealing body of the Great Path. When lights shone on him, they were immediately sealed. At the same time, a dreadful divine light of the seals flew from him, carrying an aura above his level. A rune showed up behind him. It was the seal spell. And it was growing bigger and bigger. As if formed by numerous seal spells, it turned into a giant seal. Ninghua made some noises with his mouth. A paramount aura blossomed in him. Then he pointed ahead, and the giant seal spell showed up in front of the finger he used to point. As he moved ahead, wherever he passed, the light was sealed right away. He leaped to Chen Yi this way in an irresistible manner. He resorted to the will of the emperor with the super-powerful ancient character. Something unusual must have happened to Ninghua, too, Yi Futian thought to himself. No wonder Ninghua was so confident. But unfortunately, his opponent was Chen Yi, who had the inheritance of the light. Seeing the giant seal spell that had blocked the sun moving through countless beams of lights toward him aggressively at a high speed, Chen Yi waved his hands. In an instant, a beam of light that was 10,000 Zhonglong blossomed, and a divine and inviolable shadow showed up behind him. The divine method of light, the way of light. Yi Futian knew the fight was over as soon as he saw that. Back then, blind Chen opened his eyes at all costs to exert the divine method of light. However, Chen Yi had got the real inheritance of the light, and he was already able to use the divine method. As soon as this method was exerted, everything in the world would be purified by the light. That giant seal spell broke into pieces again and again. One after another rune was crushed. Little by little, the giant rune collapsed, falling in front of Chen Yi. Ning Hua shouted in shock. He was almost blinded, and he could not open his eyes at all. Blood flowed out of his eyes. The force of light got in contact with him and penetrated him. "You are going too far," some powerful cultivator shouted after seeing that. Dreadful energy fell, intending to stop Chen Yi from killing. They had not expected him to be so strong that Ning Hua was completely overwhelmed by him. Boom! When that boom came, dreadful energy exploded. The Millet Emperor was going farther and farther away from Wangshan Watchtower. Wangshan Watchtower fell and overwhelmed the entire area so that no one could intervene. Many powerful cultivators turned pale. On the battlefield, Chen Yi had gained complete control over Ning Hua's life or death. Ning Hua was obviously in agony. It seemed he would die instantly as long as Chen Yi wanted him to. There were great pains in Ning Hua's eyes. He had never imagined he would end up like this. He failed to defeat Chen Yi, not to mention Yi Futian. And Chen Yi even brought his life or death under control and totally overcame him. How dare you? At this moment, a horrifying aura descended. Boundless space was shrouded in it. The vast world seemed to be sealed. A figure showed up. It was Ning Yuan, the chief of the domain chief's manor of the Donghua domain. He had just got here. He glanced at where Chen Yi was and gave off formidable energy as soon as he showed up. He could not believe Yi Futian had come to attack the Donghua palace and that he even intended to kill Ning Hua under the nose of so many cultivators. How arrogant was he? Gazing at Yi Futian and his companions, he looked like he could not wait to kill them. Chapter 25:10, A Devastating Kill. The dreadful force of the Grand Seal Great Path sealed the sky over there and shrouded the vast area where the Donghua Palace was located. Naturally, Yi Futian and others were also wreathed in the sealing force. Next to Yi Futian, Emperor Shi threw him a glance. Chen Yi's strength was shocking indeed. He suppressed Ning Hua with ease and even could decide the latter's life or death, but the current situation was not favorable for many people. Putting Ning Yuan's power and bossiness aside, the predatory cultivators from various domain chiefs' manors around there were also paying close attention. If Ning Hua died, it was hard to say what would happen. It would not be easy for Chen Yi and others to leave there safely. "Let go of him." Looking at Chen Yi, Ning Yuan shouted in a cold voice. A vague aura of the Grand Seal Great Path moved toward Chen Yi as if it could seal him anytime. "You'd better stay put," Chen Yi warned Ning Yuan. He certainly knew what was on Ning Yuan's mind. Ning Yuan kept staring at him. Then, darting a glance at Yi Futian and others, he said in a cold tone, "If you dare hurt him, none of you will leave here alive. And I will kill every person that comes from the Ziwei segmentum in the future." Ning Yuan sounded arrogant and confident. Actually, he had every reason to behave like that. He went through his tribulations years ago. Even powerhouses like Emperor Shi could not deal with him with ease. The Millet Emperor fought Ning Yuan with his back to Wangshan Watchtower once, and he ended up badly injured and had to flee. However, Ning Yuan did not calculate Yi Futian's combat power. Neither did he know how good Yi Futian was at the moment. But no matter how good he was, how strong could this man who used to be a level 8 Renhuang be? Even if he had achieved level 9, what could he do when confronting Ning Yuan? Chen Yi looked at where Yi Futian was. He was a little hesitant and seemed to be waiting for the latter's order. But Yi Futian looked pretty calm. He was gazing at Ning Yuan indifferently. He could have come here alone this day, and it would be a piece of cake for him to kill Ning Hua. However, Ning Hua was the one who killed Zhong Chan. The Millet Emperor and Li Changsheng must witness his death with their own eyes. And Ning Yuan was behind all that. Yi Futian was sure he had never provoked Ning Yuan. He even attended the Donghua banquet, trying to find favor in Ning Yuan's eyes and join the domain chief's manor, but Ning Yuan pushed him into hell and drove him onto a completely different path. He wanted Ning Yuan to feel the despair that he and the Millet Emperor had felt. Blood will bring blood. Looking at Ning Yuan, Yi Futian said. His voice made everything seem quieter. Blood will bring blood. Yi Futian was still going to kill Ning Hua. Everyone around Yi Futian realized how determined he was. Emperor, she took a step forward to stand in front of Yi Futian with the Millet Emperor. They were ready to confront Ning Yuan. If Yi Futian decided to kill Ning Hua, Emperor, she would certainly try his best to cooperate. He had gained a lot from the cultivation at the Starry Cultivation Court these years. It was time for him to take sides. Ning Yuan's look turned extremely cold when he had seen that. He threw Emperor Shi a glance, surprised the latter had teamed up with Yi Futian and got involved in this disturbance. Do you have the nerve to kill me? Ning Hua was not his own man at the moment, but he still did not look like he would lower his head. He darted Yi Futian a cold look. Yi Futian was going to kill him outside the Donghua Palace in the presence of various domain chiefs' manors of the Divine Prefecture. How would Yi Futian get out of there after killing him? Yi Futian looked at Ning Hua with pity. He still did not think Yi Futian had the nerve to kill him. Bring him over, Yi Futian said. Okay. Chen Yi nodded. Then he took Ning Hua to Yi Futian. Yi Futian and Ning Hua gazed at one another. He saw Ning Hua's reluctance to yield in the latter's eyes. If I die, all of you here will die with me together. The number one proud son of heaven of the Donghua domain. Glancing at Ning Hua with despise, Yi Futian said, pathetic. He lifted a finger after speaking. A sword will was coiling around the tip of his finger, giving off dreadful destructive energy. How dare you? Seeing that, Ning Hua turned pale. Yi Futian. Ning Yuan shouted. The Grand Seal Great Path became even more powerful. Divine lights moved to Yi Futian, and Emperor Shi and the Millet Emperor acted at the same time to keep Ning Yuan away from Yi Futian. Blood will bring blood. Yi Futian moved his finger toward Ning Hua's brow chakra and touched him without hesitation. In an instant, the sword will on his finger pierced through Ning Hua's brow chakra, and a destructive force destroyed his spiritual soul. Ning Hua opened his eyes wide, staring ahead. There was shock and despair in his eyes. He could not believe Yi Futian had made a fatal move to kill him there for real. How dared he? How dared Yi Futian kill him? He was the proud son of heaven, the vice-chief of the domain chief's manor of the Donghua domain. His talent was paramount. He had the sealing body of the Great Path. As the number one genius in the Donghua domain, he would be even stronger than his father and succeed to the domain chief's position in the Donghua domain for sure. Actually, he was even more ambitious than that. He wanted to prove his path. However, by then, all that ended outside the Donghua Palace, where Yi Futian came to settle accounts with him and killed him. How ironic it was super quiet around. Many practitioners' hearts were in their mouths. That was ruthless. Yi Futian really did it. He killed the son of Ning Yuan, the chief of the domain chief's manor of the Donghua domain outside the Donghua Palace. However, how would he leave after that? He is crazy. The sword goddess of the Ice Palace and the forces from the Donghua domain were all shocked. They could hardly believe Ning Hua had died. Ning Hua, who had reached the 9th level, had been at the peak in the Donghua domain. Even the sword goddess was 100% sure that she could defeat him. However, in this fight, Ning Hua suffered a big loss and then died at the hands of Yi Futian. That just did not seem to be real. None of them could believe it. Ning Hua. Bang. A dreadful aura broke out. Ning Yuan's eyes became bloodshot and were filled with incomparably strong killing intent. Yi Futian killed Ning Hua under his nose. That was his favorite son, his future successor, who would surpass him one day for sure. He saw the future of the Donghua domain in Ning Hua, and that would be a brand new era. But everything ended there because of Yi Futian. The practitioner Ning Yuan used to contempt and be able to kill with a flick of his fingers or a wave of his hand killed his son Ning Hua. Instantly, the force of the Great Path exploded. It was horrifying. An awful sealing storm started in the sky, in the boundless space, approaching this area. Boom! A terrifying noise emerged. The Millet Emperor went all out, too. He looked as if he and Wangshan Watchtower had turned into one. A divine stellar showed up in the air and covered the whole sky, blocking Yi Futian and others so that Ning Yuan would not find any opportunity to hurt them. Emperor Shi acted, too. Xuanwu the black turtle appeared in the air and was trying to suppress Ning Yuan so that he would not go ballistic and hurt people. I, Ning Yuan, will pay a handsome reward to whoever killed the practitioners from the Ziwei Segmentum and Yi Futian. A voice that sounded as cold as ice came through the air. Ning Yuan, intercepted by two strong men at the moment, saw Yi Futian's mount, the golden-winged giant pengbird, retreating. He certainly did not want to see Yi Futian flee. Ning Hua was killed here this very day. How could he let Yi Futian and the practitioners from the Ziwei Segmentum leave here alive? As soon as he finished speaking, a dreadful might spread across that area, with the Donghua Palace being the center, and left the whole area wreathed in a depressive air. The golden-winged giant pengbird felt heavy because many powerful cultivators had exerted the might of the Great Path to suppress them. The practitioners from various domains of the Divine Prefecture always wanted to keep Yi Futian there. Those domain chiefs' manors had been informed of the destruction of the divine body. However, Yi Futian still had a lot of secrets, including many inheritances of the great emperor. And he certainly had gained a lot from the trip to the world of Buddhism in the Western Heaven, too. More than that, if they killed Yi Futian, they could take all the credit in front of Princess Donghuang, couldn't they? Who was Donghuang the Great? He would not bother to handle a young man, but Yi Futian was Emperor Yi Qing's successor. The imperial palace absolutely would not mind them killing him. Many people were hostile to Yi Futian, although their reasons might vary. And such a good opportunity came up. Yi Futian left the Ziwei Segmentum. How could they let him leave here without doing anything to stop him? Bang! An overwhelming aura descended. Yi Futian and others sensed a paramount might. It was the aura of a strong man on the tribulation plane. They saw a middle-aged man take a step toward them somewhere. Yi Futian, you are going too far. Don't you think about leaving, said a voice. It was exactly from that middle-aged man. He was from the domain chief's manor of the Tianyang domain. As a top-level cultivator who had gone through the first divine tribulation of the Great Path, his strength was formidable. Yi Futian had been at deep enmity with the Tianyang city since the battle back then. The Tianyang city was in a paramount position in the Tianyang domain. Even the domain chief's manor had to give it face. It was called the #1 weapon-making force in the Divine Prefecture. Back then, the lord of the Tianyang city asked Yi Futian to lend him the divine body in person. Still, Yi Futian refused, so the lord of the Tianyang city destroyed the Heavenly Mandate Academy single-handedly. Therefore, taking Yi Futian down would make a good impression on Tianyang city as well. Yi Futian, we were close to each other before, but you have gone too far this time, said Zhu Muhuang. He walked ahead, but Yi Futian was smiling coldly to himself. He and Zhu Muhuang used to be close. Seriously? Zhu Muhuang wanted to control Yi Futian to control the divine body, but Yi Futian refused to join the domain chief's manor of the Shangqing domain, and Zhu Muhuang took offense. He was definitely kicking Yi Futian when he was down at the moment. Yi Futian threw Zhu Muhuang a cold and disdainful look, which intimidated Zhu Muhuang somehow. Then Yi Futian just disappeared into thin air. Zhu Muhuang had a strong sense of crisis. He wanted to retreat, but he saw a palm thwacking toward him. The great path started to flow on his body, and he lifted a hand to parry. Bang! He reacted very fast, only not fast enough. The terrifying palm broke the defense of his great path right away and showed up right in front of his head, making his black hair dance like crazy. Staring at the white-haired man in front of him, he felt as if his heart was in his mouth. At this moment, Yi Futian's body was shining and had a divine light flowing on it, giving off a central and overwhelming air. In contrast, Zhu Muhuang seemed so fragile. If this palm moved down, his head would explode right away, and he would be killed there just like Ning Hua. It's none of your business. You don't get to intervene. Yi Futian's voice was cold and intimidating, leaving the place in a brief silence. Chapter 25:11, Chief Shihai. Powerful. Numerous people gazed at Yi Futian and saw divine lights flowing in his body. They all knew Yi Futian had built the divine body with the flesh of Shenjia the Great Emperor and hence got an extraordinary constitution. By then, the aura of the Great Way flowing in him was impeccable. It was the level 9 aura. "What a perfect aura of the Great Way," exclaimed the sword goddess. She was also a level 9 Renhuang and had maintained this level for years. She had seen many powerful men on the level 9 Renhuang plane. However, she had never seen anyone like Yi Futian, whose aura of the Great Way was so perfect that it was as if it was made by God. The way and the body turned into one. The divine body was unparalleled, and his body was exactly the way. Zhu Muhuang, the vice chief of the domain chief's manor of the Shangqing domain, became famous even earlier than Ning Hua. He achieved the level 9 Renhuang plane many years ago. Despite that, he was overcome by a single movement while confronting Yi Futian. It was not hard to imagine how huge the gap between them was. They were on two completely different levels. Zhu Muhuang's face was livid with rage. He felt humiliated. He had intended to stop Yi Futian and others from leaving, but instead of that, he was suppressed by a single movement. "It's none of your business. You don't get to intervene." How humiliating. Yi Futian was staring at him with that pair of cold eyes right in front of him. Looking into those eyes, Zhu Muhuang was somehow deeply intimidated. He saw indifference and contempt in them, as if Yi Futian had never regarded him as a serious enemy. Yi Futian was just a talented Renhuang competing for the divine body in the Shangqing domain. And their meeting back then was totally different from this one. Actually, it was him that looked down on Yi Futian instead. "Whoever intervenes will be my enemy, and I won't show any mercy," said Yi Futian in a cold and disdainful tone. Then he leaped and disappeared into thin air. Without causing any fluctuation in the aura, he moved across the air without being seen. An exclaim immediately came. One after another, people started to step back. That was where the powerful cultivators from the domain chief's manor of the Tianyang domain were. Among them, a powerhouse on the tribulation plane was standing in the front, intending to attack Yi Futian and others. He paused for a few seconds after seeing Zhu Muhuang suppressed by Yi Futian. However, Yi Futian showed up among the powerhouses of the domain chief's manor of the Tianyang domain in an instant. A dreadful aura spread from him and shrouded all of the practitioners there. They all felt so pressured that they could hardly breathe. That powerhouse on the tribulation plane narrowed his eyes. He turned around to look at the white-haired man among his younger colleagues, surprised at the man's imperceptible and unpredictable movement. He showed up in another place without causing any fluctuation in the great path of space or being detected. "That power senior, do you want to try me?" Yi Futian said to the powerhouse on the tribulation plane after turning. He sounded threatening. It was as if as long as that man had the nerve to intervene, he would kill those practitioners from the domain chief's manor of the Tianyang domain anytime. The powerful men from other domain chief's manors, who had been ready to act, stopped moving at the sight of that. They were all staring at Yi Futian. What great path of space was the one Yi Futian had shown? He was even strong enough to drive Zhu Muhuang into a corner with one single strike. With that combat power, he could kill any practitioner below the tribulation plane there. Therefore, whoever wanted to confront him would have to give it a good thought. That made the powerhouses from those domain chiefs' manors hesitate. At this moment, two apex cultivators were handling Ning Yuan together on the battlefield, but they still could not completely suppress Ning Yuan, who was in a rage. The sky was covered with the formidable sealing force. Many people looked up and decided to take a wait-and-see attitude, thinking maybe Ning Yuan could take Yi Futian and others down by himself. "Practitioners from the Donghua domain, listen to my orders. Kill them. Don't show any mercy," Ning Yuan said in a cold voice. The domain chief's manor had many powerful cultivators, many of whom were quite old, but they were all somewhat hesitant at the moment. They did not think any of them was stronger than Ning Hua, but even Ning Hua was killed by Chen Yi so effortlessly, so how could they fight those people? Besides, there was Yi Futian, whose strength was unfathomable. He even defeated Zhu Muhuang with one single strike and held the latter's life in his hands. Not to mention the other top forces from the Donghua domain. They did not report to Ning Yuan directly. Even if they held a grudge against Yi Futian, they would rather keep their noses clean. Ning Yuan, you don't know what situation you are in at all, said Yi Futian sarcastically. He showed up in front of the powerhouses of the domain chief's manor of the Donghua domain as soon as he finished speaking. A blazing true fire of the sun flew out of him and turned into a dreadful solar divine sword that flowed down. The practitioners of the domain chief's manor of the Donghua domain instantly felt suffocated. The force of the great path that spread from Yi Futian intimidated them deeply. They realized that man was powerful enough to kill them. I attended the Donghua banquet to join the domain chief's manor and cultivate there, but everyone knows how Ning Yuan treated me. Ning Hua killed my elder brother Zhong Chan. Now that I killed Ning Hua, this blood debt has been paid, and I will not hold any other people from the Donghua domain to account. However, if anyone dares hurt the practitioners from the Ziwei segmentum, I will absolutely kill him. I won't care even if you are hiding in the domain chief's manor of the Donghua domain, said Yi Futian coldly. His speech sent a shiver down the spines of the practitioners from the Donghua domain. They suddenly realized without the help from other forces of the divine prefecture, the Donghua domain alone had been inferior to the Ziwei segmentum since a long time ago. Besides the two strong cultivators fighting at the moment, the Ziwei segmentum also had Renhuang Chen, the vice-headmaster of the Ziwei Imperial Palace. Renhuang Chen, always holding the scepter of the stars in hand, had killed powerful cultivators as strong as himself before. He was definitely not weaker than Ning Yuan. That meant in terms of the top strength, the forces from the Ziwei segmentum definitely outshone the domain chief's manor of the Donghua domain. And there was even less suspense in terms of the strength of Renhuang. After all, who could defeat Yi Futian and Chen Yi, who were right there? Moreover, the Ziwei segmentum had a few more level 9 Renhuang on the perfect great path. The golden-winged giant peng bird that Yi Futian was mounting was also a level 9 demon emperor. So, had Ning Hua really died for nothing? The vice-chief of the domain chief's manor of the Donghua domain was killed, but no one could do anything about it. Right at this moment, an astonishing aura spread over from far away. Even the clouds were disturbed. That aura intimidated many people. A tribulation-level cultivator, many people thought. And it was probably a super-powerful cultivator that had gone through the second divine tribulation of the Great Path. The Donghua Palace, a stronghold the Donghua domain established here, was connected to the strongholds of other domain chiefs' manors of the 18 domains. Could that be the chief of one of those domain chiefs' manors? A stern face showed up in the sky, giving off an unparalleled overbearing air. The might from him shrouded the earth down there. Even the force of the Grand Seal Great Path of Ning Yuan was suppressed. Chief. Many people saluted the face in the air, bowing to it. The newly arrived powerhouse was apparently a chief. It was Chief Shihai, the chief of the domain chief's manor of the West Sea domain, hailed as one of the two kings of West Sea. Not all chiefs of domain chiefs' manors were the same. There could be a huge gap between them. For example, the Donghua domain and the Shangqing domain were just average domains. The Great Bright domain, where Yi Futian had been, was an incomplete domain with only one city left. The most powerful domain chiefs' manors were those with a long history, for example, those with ancient emperors and, in particular, places where the ancient god clan was still living. Donghuang the Great united the world. To check and balance various forces, he sent powerful enough people to restrict the ancient god clan, which was certainly a natural move. The West Imperial Palace used to be in its prime in the West Sea. Its leader even claimed the throne. The West Emperor in ancient times could be compared to the Great Emperor. The West Imperial Palace still had the West Emperor's inheritances these days. Shi Kai Yarrow from the West Imperial Palace fought Yi Futian in that disturbance many years ago. She even thought about going to the Heavenly Mandate Academy to cultivate, but everything changed when Yi Futian's identity as the descendant of Emperor Yi Qing had been disclosed, and Donghuang the Great had shown up. The domain chief's manor of the West Sea Domain was located in the West Imperial Palace region, so it had to be tough. The West Imperial Palace had been domineering the West Sea for many years, but the domain chief's manor of the West Sea Domain had been rising quickly in the past few years. Chief Shihai was a paramount personage. He was overbearing and pushy, and very powerful, too. He built the domain chief's manor of the West Sea Domain into an influential force on his own. By then, it had almost become a rival to the West Imperial Palace. Chief Shihai was well known in the Divine Prefecture. He was a big name, and all that could be attributed to his great strength. At this moment, Chief Shihai from the domain chief's manor of the West Sea Domain showed up in the Donghua Palace. He did not come in person, looking up at the stern face in the air, many people thought. It was Chief Shihai's incarnation, one of his fantastic skills. However, the incarnation was also dreadfully powerful. Even though Chief Shihai was not here in person, it was enough to intimidate everyone there. Chapter 25:12, The Price You Will Pay. Above the firmament, Chief Shihai stared at Yi Futian below, his face authoritative and indifferent. Yi Futian frowned. Before he got here, he did not expect that all 18 domain chiefs' manors in the Void Realm were connected. Even so, he thought he could handle it. But now, even chief-level characters had arrived. Chief Shihai, Yi Futian was acting recklessly and completely out of control. He killed my son Ninghua at the Donghua Palace. I now ask Chief Shihai to apprehend him. Ning Yuan couldn't care less about his dignity at this moment. In title, he was the same as Chief Shihai. Both of them were chiefs under the command of the Great Emperor, and were existences of equal level. However, he understood that the two of them, in fact, were not at the same level. After all, strength determined everything. There were differences between chiefs. Nonetheless, they held the same status on paper and shouldn't need to ask the other for help. But now, Ning Yuan didn't care so much about anything and had asked Chief Shihai to help take down Yi Futian. Yi Futian killed his son Ninghua, and he was wholly determined to avenge his son. In any case, Yi Futian could not be allowed to leave today as if nothing had happened. As long as he was in the hands of the cultivators from any of the domain chief's manors in the Divine Prefecture, no matter who it was, Yi Futian could forget about escaping. Once upon a time, Donghuang the Great decided not to intervene because he didn't wish to bully some youngster. But as an exchange, the teacher of Four Corner Village, likewise, could no longer interfere. If Yi Futian returned to the Ziwei segmentum, it would be difficult to touch him again. A powerful pressure of might came down as Chief Shihai stared at Yi Futian indifferently and said, Yi Futian, Donghuang the Great had once given you a way out, but instead of being grateful, you dared to go to war with the principalities in the Divine Prefecture and kill indiscriminately. You don't know good from bad. His voice was authoritative and domineering, as a terrifying coercion dropped down and covered Yi Futian and the others. As he was speaking, he raised his hand and grabbed towards the space below without hesitation. This sight caused the hearts of the surrounding cultivators to tremble. Chief Shihai had made his move right away. Obviously, he wanted to take Yi Futian down. Watch out. Yi Futian came next to everyone in an instant to sweep them away, turning into a beam of light. But the speed of Chief Shihai's attack was equally astonishing. Yi Futian barely avoided the giant palm as it was slamming down on them. Mo Yunzi, the golden-winged rock, was caught by that gigantic hand. Mo Yunzi struggled frantically but couldn't get out of it. When he looked at Yi Futian, he made a long and sustained howl. Above the void, Chief Shihai raised Mo Yunzi's body, and he glanced indifferently at Yi Futian. A strange look flashed through his eyes. Yi Futian was actually able to take these people and had evaded capture Elder, and I have never had any grievances or quarrels. I asked the Elder to be merciful. Yi Futian said to the face that appeared in the void. Although the golden-winged rock as morphed by Mo Yunzi was humongous in size, he could not get himself out of that giant palm, firmly caught within its grasp. His eyes fixed on Yi Futian, as he appeared to be in incredible pain, and he was asking for help with his eyes. Clearly, he was in extreme discomfort at the moment. Bang! With a squeeze of Chief Shihai's hand, that gigantic hand tightened its grasp, and a crunching sound was heard. Mo Yunzi uttered a mournful scream as the body of a divine bird, as if made from pure gold, was crushed. It was so fragile in that gigantic hand, it seemed as if it could not bear its attack. Bright red blood stained that gigantic hand as blood continued to drip from the void. This was a terribly tragic scene. A divine bird was crushed to death in this manner. It was too brutal. He seemed unwilling to die like this. His massive eyes were still open, looking ahead. There was pain and reluctance in his eyes. He was the golden-winged rock, who had entered the Buddhist holy land of Spirit Mountain to cultivate. He had been enlightened by great Buddhas and had studied many scriptures. In the future, he would have become a great demonic beast who could attain the way. But he perished here, in such a cruel manner, tortured and killed. His eyes were still staring at Yi Futian. Yi Futian stared back at him as well. He had just spoken, and Chief Shihai immediately crushed Mo Yunzi to death like stepping on an ant without any thought. At this moment, Yi Futian felt the blood in his body boiling as his heart twitched violently. His eyes couldn't leave Mo Yunzi, who had died right in front of him. Although he and Mo Yunzi didn't meet each other under the best circumstances, they had been together for more than 10 years. Over the years, Mo Yunzi had worked hard with no complaints, and he was very serious about his study while at Spirit Mountain. He had made great progress in his cultivation. Therefore, Yi Futian had always regarded this demonic beast as his own partner. But, today, he was tortured and killed right in front of him in such a cruel manner by Chief Shihai. These lofty characters were cruel and ruthless. In the pursuit of their own goals, they had no concerns for other living things. He and Chief Shihai had no previous entanglements. But the other acted without mercy and crushed his demonic beast to death without another word. If someone else besides Mo Yunzi were captured just then, their fate would be the same, crushed to death just like some insects. Above the firmament, Chief Shihai would have no idea of Yi Futian's feelings, nor did he care. Although he was the chief in the West Sea domain, the domain chief's manner had always been suppressed by the West Imperial Palace. Everyone knew that the West Imperial Palace was the king of the West Sea domain, its premier principality. Compared with the West Imperial Palace, all he lacked was the inheritance at the imperial level. Yi Futian could make up for that, as there were many inheritances from the great emperors on him. Taking down Yi Futian had thousands of benefits without any disadvantages. The opportunity had presented itself today. How could he not seize it? With a thought, the terrifying coercion continued to press down, pouncing on Yi Futian and the others again. However, under that pressure, Yi Futian still managed to disappear. He did not take anyone else with him this time but disappeared alone and appeared among the crowds in the West Sea domain. Before the arrival of Chief Shihai, many of the cultivators from the West Sea domain were already here. When Yi Futian appeared, an overbearing aura of the Great Path enveloped this whole area. The power of Yin froze this space in a second, and all the cultivators shuddered as their bodies were covered with a layer of frost. At the same time, Chief Shihai had controlled Li Changsheng and the others. His brows furrowed slightly as he swept a glance at Yi Futian. Once again, he had broken through his suppression. Let them go, and I will stay. After they get back, I will let these people go, Yi Futian said as he looked at Chief Shihai. Very well. Chief Shihai was straightforward enough and readily released these people. On the other side, the battle between Ning Yuan and Emperor Shi had stopped as well and did not continue. Ning Yuan's eyes drifted towards Yi Futian, full of murderous intent. Emperor Shi, you and the others return to Ziwei Segmentum first, Yi Futian looked at Emperor Shi and said. Emperor Shi frowned as everyone else was also looking at Yi Futian. Chief Shihai came in person, and this was a supreme cultivator who had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path. If Yi Futian stayed, how could he escape such an existence? You just take care of yourselves and leave. I have my own way of leaving here. You will only hinder me by being here, Yi Futian said to Emperor Shi and the others via voice transmission. Only then did Emperor Shi nod. He said to the others, let's go. As soon as he spoke, he took everyone away with incredible speed. Neither Chief Shihai nor Ning Yuan chased after them. Chief Shihai's goal was to get Yi Futian, while Ning Yuan wanted Yi Futian dead. As long as Yi Futian was still around, no one else was important. The terrifying coercion enveloped this area, and these two great cultivators stared at Yi Futian with no intention of letting him ever leave. Cultivators from all the domain chief's manors stood around, watching it quietly. This time, how could Yi Futian escape? Donghua Domain's sword goddess and several of her disciples were a little worried. This time, Yi Futian was alone, with no one else to help him. Even if they wanted to help him, they couldn't take any action. In the face of such absolute strength, there was no point. Their help would only spell their own deaths. Renhuang Yi, is there anything we can do to help you? Qin Qing transmitted her message to Yi Futian. Although she could not participate in this kind of battle, if Yi Futian had other needs for which she could render assistance, perhaps she could be of some help. Yi Futian felt a little warmth inside. He didn't expect that Qin Qing would be willing to be helpful at a time like this. Such kindness was, in itself, very rare. Thank you so much, Goddess Qin. But the goddess need not worry about me, Yi Futian replied. Qin Qing was a little doubtful when she heard Yi Futian's reply. Could Yi Futian have another way to escape this catastrophe? Very well, she replied without saying anything more. Everyone was waiting quietly. They knew that Yi Futian was waiting for his people to retreat safely, unharmed, and return to Ziwei Segmentum. However, did Yi Futian ever consider that if something happened to him, even if the others were to return to Ziwei Segmentum safely, what could they do there? Once Yi Futian was no more, the Ziwei Segmentum would most certainly be conquered and divided instantly, then plundered by mighty forces from all sides. Even Ning Yuan knew that. He didn't care about anyone else for now. As long as he could take down Yi Futian, then all the cultivators who followed Yi Futian in the Ziwei Segmentum would die tragically. He would make sure he was there to kill them all himself. The death of his son, Ning Hua, must be atoned for with the deaths of all the cultivators in Ziwei Segmentum. Time passed by slowly, and Yi Futian was still waiting for the others to get back. He would not allow any more unforeseen incidents. Is it time? In the void, Chief Shihai lowered his head to look down at Yi Futian below. Yi Futian looked up at the other, did not respond to his question, but asked, "Have you ever thought about the price for your cruelty just now?" Price? Chief Shihai looked down at the white-haired man below. Yi Futian was talking to him about the price of things. I have no idea what you are talking about. Chief Shihai had a majestic, authoritative, and domineering air. He dismissed Yi Futian's question outright. At this moment, shouldn't he be thinking about the fate that was inevitably waiting for him? When I attended the Donghua banquet, Ning Yuan had the same attitude as you do now, high and lofty as if there was no one but him. But today, Ning Hua's death was the price he had to pay for his arrogance. Yi Futian spoke in a calm voice as if he was speaking of something very trivial. Today, as the domain chief of the West Sea domain, you came here with aggression and killed my demonic beast without cause. For this, you will pay. He was no longer the person that he was decades ago. He had waited for decades to have his revenge on Ning Yuan, but he would not wait so long for the debt incurred today. Is that so? Chief Shihai looked down at Yi Futian with palpable contempt in his voice. Yi Futian was threatening to make him pay? The divine light of the Great Path surrounded Yi Futian. His entire body was brilliant, it was as if he had turned into a sword. In the next moment, a ray of divine light broke through the air, fast to the limit. Where are you going? Ning Yuan shouted, and the force of seal directly blocked this corner of the sky. Above the firmament, infinite runes of seals appeared, unspeakably horrific. There was no way Yi Futian could escape. Boom! With a loud boom, the runes of seal were shattered immediately as the light pierced through the seal. It also broke through Chief Shihai's coercion as it went higher above the sky. This scene stunned all the cultivators, including Ning Yuan himself. The sealed space was forcibly broken by Yi Futian. When Yi Futian rushed out of this sealed space, he vanished from everyone's sight. Many cultivators released their divine consciousnesses, but they could no longer track or lock onto Yi Futian. It was as if in just a moment, he was gone without a trace. Chief Shihai, you will repent for what you have done today, said a voice from the void, which made everyone's hearts tremble. Yi Futian seemed to be stronger than they had imagined, a lot stronger. Boom! A horrific aura moved towards the distance, and even Chief Shihai hesitated for a moment before pursuing after him. Did Yi Futian escape this area just like that? Ning Yuan also flickered and disappeared from this space. All three powerful cultivators vanished in a blink of an eye. Qin Qing looked at her master, the sword goddess, and her beautiful eyes showed immense shock. She had a feeling that Yi Futian would indeed make Chief Shihai pay for what he had done. Chapter 25:13, Washed in Blood. In Donghua Palace, cultivators from all sides were waiting quietly. After a long while, Chief Shihai and Ning Yuan both returned, but they found nothing. They had lost track of him. These two top cultivators, chief-level characters, did not manage to catch up with him and had been dumped by Yi Futian. Just by watching the gloomy expressions on the two men, these cultivators already knew the outcome. Yi Futian was gone like the wind. After Yi Futian barged his way into Donghua Palace and killed Ning Hua, he left right in front of these two great chiefs. It is very possible that it is Buddha's celerity, one of the 6 superpowers of Buddhism, Chief Shihai said with a sullen face. His tone was extremely cold. All the major domain chiefs' manners knew that Yi Futian had gone to the Western Heaven, but things that happened there were not so easy to inquire, especially things that happened at Spirit Mountain, which was only known to the Buddhas there. Not many knew about the death of Saint Xunchan either, only those at Spirit Mountain knew something about it. However, no one knew the exact manner of his death. Those cultivators who were as far away as the Divine Prefecture would definitely have no way of knowing. Chief Shihai, what should we do? Ning Yuan got lost even faster. Yi Futian had just left when he had already lost track of him. He couldn't catch up to Yi Futian at all, and his divine consciousness could not lock onto anything. He was so much slower than Yi Futian. This made Ning Yuan felt really helpless. He found that his strength alone might not be enough to kill Yi Futian. Therefore, he could only pin his hopes on Chief Shihai. You are asking me? Chief Shihai looked at Ning Yuan. He was in a very foul mood, so he didn't bother giving Ning Yuan the courtesy and retorted directly. Ning Yuan was stunned and didn't look particularly pleased. However, he didn't dare to refute the man either. Return to West Sea Palace, Chief Shihai said, taking his people from the West Sea Domain Chief's manor with him to leave. He had a terrible feeling about all of this. If Yi Futian had really cultivated Buddha's celerity, it would complicate the matter greatly. He did not expect that Yi Futian had the ability to escape under his nose. While Chief Shihai led his people to leave through the teleportation Grand Matrix, Ning Yuan looked at everyone and said, after you get back, you must inform the chiefs of all the domains that Yi Futian is now a very dangerous man and he will endanger all the domains of the Divine Prefecture. When everyone heard what Ning Yuan had to say, they were not impressed. It was no more Ning Yuan's own selfish desire to leverage the power of each domain chief's manor to deal with Yi Futian. However, some of these domain chiefs' manors had no quarrels with Yi Futian. Unless they coveted the inheritances in Yi Futian's possession or the Ziwei segmentum, they would not proactively antagonize him. Ning Yuan left with a gloomy face. The news here would soon spread, and all the major forces would know. There would also be many people who would be on the lookout for Yi Futian. Wait until Yi Futian was taken down. He swore he would wash Ziwei segmentum in blood to avenge Ning Hua. Qin Qing and the others looked at one another, and they were all a little surprised. Yi Futian actually managed to leave unscathed. It seemed that he would have another adventure waiting for him. Buddha's celerity, the sword goddess secretly marveled. Did he go to Spirit Mountain? A few days later, at the West Sea Realm. This was the interface opened up by the West Sea domain in the original realm. It was a little more robust than the Donghua realm. The cultivators in the West Sea realm were dispatched from the West Sea domain, including several top principalities. Even the West Imperial Palace, which was part of the ancient god clan, was also stationed here at the West Sea realm. No matter how powerful they were independently, they belonged to the West Sea domain. Officially, they were in sync with the domain chief's manor from the West Sea domain. At this moment, in the city of West Sea realm, a man in white appeared. He seemed to arrive silently, just appeared out of nowhere, strolling quietly inside the city. After a while, he walked to a place and stopped. With a thought, he was suddenly surrounded with sword will. His entire body was radiant, like the body of a sword. This sight caused the surrounding cultivators to step aside and make way. They looked at the white-haired man and marveled at the strong sword will that was coming from him. The white-haired man raised his hand, and suddenly there was a sword diagram that appeared above the firmament, puffing out an extremely terrifying current of swordsmanship. It blocked out the sky and the sun. The sword will circulated above the firmament, and that terrifying aura continued to move further away into the distance. What was he going to do? Many started to retreat as soon as they felt the aggression coming from that sword will. Even cultivators in the Renhuang realm had gotten far away from here. No one knew what this white-haired cultivator intended to do, and they felt it was better to stay as far away from him as possible. That flowing sword will pointed to a place in the distance, and in that direction the hearts of many palpitated, looking in the direction where that terrifying sword will was going, which turned out to be the direction of the West Sea Palace. He wanted to attack the West Sea Palace? Who was this man? Above the firmament, the diagram was expanding until it covered up everything in the sky, and the cultivators below felt a faint sense of suffocation. Soon, they could feel the might of that sword for hundreds of miles, and it was still spreading further away. Furthermore, above that sword diagram above the firmament, everyone could also sense an extremely tyrannical aura from the great path of space. And all this took place in a very short period of time. The white-haired man floated in the air and stood in front of the sword diagram of the void. Then, he slowly extended his arm and pointed ahead. In an instant, the sword diagram released an infinite divine light, as the sword will pierce through the space, ignoring the distance or the space, and headed towards the distance. West Sea Palace was where the West Sea Domain Chief's manor was stationed in the original realm. Many powerful cultivators stayed in the Domain Chief's manor. At this time, people in West Sea Palace were cultivating, and some were discussing amongst themselves. In front of a hall, a group of cultivators was walking out at this moment. They had just finished discussed where they were going for their next trials. These were all elite cultivators from the Domain Chief's manor, and there were also Ren Huang in the Ninth Realm among them. They were walking and chatting at the same time. At this moment, a cultivator frowned slightly, vaguely feeling that something was not right. It was as if danger was approaching. "What aura is that?" he murmured. The others released their perception as well, and then they all frowned. Someone said, "It's a sword will, a very strong sword will. This sword will seems to be heading this way." A Ren Huang in the Ninth Realm spoke up. His eyes looked into the distance, and in the next moment, he saw countless divine swords above the firmament, completely sheltering the sky like golden lightning that came through the space. "Be careful," he yelled as his face changed to one of shock. Everyone released the most tyrannical aura of the Great Path to surround themselves. The divine sword slammed down, the spatial distance notwithstanding, and landed inside the West Sea Palace. "Watch out." A group of cultivators levitated into the air, and the aura of the Great Path burst out from them. But their defense was directly penetrated by the divine swords. The golden divine swords penetrated their bodies without hesitation and shattered them as swords turned into golden light. Boom, boom, boom. All these people were slain one after the other, as buildings pulverized and exploded like mad. There was total chaos inside the West Sea Palace as it was completely submerged by sword will. "Get the chief, quick," someone shouted, but Chief Shihai had already gotten here. He was cultivating before and did not perceive what was happening outside. By the time he did perceive it, he was already one step too late. By the time he got here, the sky full of sword will suddenly seemed to stand still. Even if it didn't stop, its speed had slowed down, losing its powerful lethality. However, at this point, the West Sea Palace was already in a bloody mess, with heavy casualties. "Chief," someone wailed, their eyes bloody red as they stared at the incarnation of Chief Shihai in the sky. Chief Shihai's eyes were extremely cold, an overwhelming murderous intent coming from him. His divine consciousness covered the distance and landed where Yi Futian was. He called out coldly, "Yi Futian." Was this the price Yi Futian was talking about before? He had actually come to the West Sea Palace intending to do murders. Buzz! A monstrous coercion erupted, and the figure of Chief Shihai disappeared. After a moment, he appeared where he thought Yi Futian was, but Yi Futian was no longer there. His face suddenly revealed extreme shock. Yi Futian, at this time, had actually appeared in the West Sea Palace. The cultivators in the West Sea Palace also revealed expressions of shock as they stared at the man that appeared in the void. Yi Futian pointed his finger downward, and the sword intent of destruction exploded in an instant. Many Renhuang were directly penetrated by the divine sword and died, their eyes still fixed on the man in the void. They heard that the chief had killed Yi Futian's demonic beast at Donghua Palace a few days ago and then went into hot pursuit of Yi Futian after he somehow managed to escape. They didn't think that Yi Futian would dare to come to West Sea Palace himself and kill the people here just a few days later. "You are insolent," a domineering voice resounded throughout the entire West Sea Palace. When Chief Shihai appeared again, Yi Futian disappeared once more. This time, Chief Shihai did not slack in the slightest, and an aura of a terrific great path erupted as his divine consciousness locked onto Yi Futian. He was worried that Yi Futian would once again return to West Sea Palace, continuing his killing spree. "Chief Shihai, I told you that you will pay for what you did, and you will repent for it. This is just the beginning," an extremely sharp voice spoke, and it fell across the city. Countless people had heard it, and their hearts were beating violently. It was Yi Futian. He had come to West Sea Palace for a bloodbath, for revenge. The entire West Sea domain was in an uproar, and there were chatters by countless cultivators. Many cultivators had traveled through the air and came to the space above the West Sea Palace, their attention focused on the place destroyed by the sword will. It was just a ruin now. Many cultivators in the domain chief's manor were slaughtered, killed right in front of Chief Shihai. It was just as when Chief Shihai killed Yi Futian's demonic beast in front of him. "Is he so terrifying already?" some cultivators murmured. Everyone in the original realm had heard of the name of Yi Futian, even those who came from the divine prefecture must have heard of his deeds. A few days ago, Yi Futian reappeared in front of many cultivators and slew Ninghua in a battle, thus alarming the domain chief's manor of various domains. However, he left in a hurry, pursued by Chief Shihai, and his demonic beast was killed in the process. But who would have thought that in just a few days, Yi Futian would have his revenge by washing the entire West Sea Palace in a bloodbath? What's more, the chief of West Sea seemed unable to track him down. In another direction, there was a group of cultivators with extraordinary temperaments. One of the elders amongst them was a cultivator of the Tribulation Plane. This group of men was the cultivators from the West Imperial Palace. The old man laughed a cold laugh in his heart when he beheld this scene, and said in a low voice, "This time, the domain chief's manor in the West Sea domain has gotten itself in deep trouble." Who was Yi Futian? Wasn't it clear enough from back then? When Yi Futian's cultivation was yet small and weak, many powerful people had already died at his hands. And now, he had become much stronger. Obviously, he appeared again, this time because he was prepared. Therefore he dared to show up to kill Ninghua. No one imagined that Chief Shihai, who was accustomed to being overbearing and did whatever he wanted, had started an altercation with Yi Futian before he figured out just who Yi Futian really was. Now it seemed that this powerful and aggressive Chief Shihai had gotten himself into something he might not be able to finish. Chapter 25:14, Collecting the Debt. The news of the bloodbath that took place in West Sea Palace spread quickly towards the original realm. At first, it was the domain chief's manors of all 18 domains of the Divine Prefecture. Then it spread to other major forces. By now, they all learned that Yi Futian had gone to the world of Buddhism and cultivated the superpower of Buddha's celerity, and he had washed the West Imperial Palace in blood. In no time, this celebrated figure, who had disappeared for 20 years, was once again in the sight of all original realm. And his reappearance shook the original realm. The domain chief's manor of West Sea Domain in the original realm was washed in blood. There were heavy casualties among the cultivators who were inside the domain chief's manor. Naturally, Ning Yuan was one of the firsts to get the news. After he heard it, he felt a tremor in his heart. Was Yi Futian already this frightening? He suddenly thought that if it wasn't because Yi Futian had his concerns before, he might have already washed Donghua Palace in blood in a similar fashion. Even Chief Shihai could not take him down, so how could he, Ningyuan, do it? He couldn't help but feel a little hopeless. Wouldn't this mean that he didn't even have the qualification to speak of revenge now? If he dared to touch any of Yi Futian's people, the entire Donghua Palace would probably be terminated. This was precisely the effect that Yi Futian wanted to achieve. What happened in Donghua Palace made Yi Futian realize that those top figures did not care about the life and death of the weak. In the future, if the cultivators from the Ziwei segmentum want to ever walk freely, then he had to make sure the domain chief's manor of the Western Sea domain would be an object lesson to everyone. This was to warn the others not to touch any cultivators from the Ziwei segmentum. Great strength was the best and only deterrent. Yi Futian thought of that desperate look in Mo Yunzi's eyes again, and he felt a pang of heartache. If he had moved just a little slower that time, those who died would not just be Mo Yunzi, but also Li Changsheng and the others. He clearly understood that Chief Shihai, at the time, had no concerns for any of their lives. If that giant hand had caught anyone else, they would all ended the same way, crushed to death. Therefore, he would never allow this kind of thing to happen again, and this debt was far from being collected to his satisfaction. As he said to Chief Shihai, this was only the beginning. However, it seemed that the Ziwei segmentum, at least for the time being, could not be unsealed just yet. To the west of the Divine Prefecture, there was a boundless sea, known as the West Sea. In the West Sea, there were countless islands of various sizes. Some islands may be as small as a hill, while larger islands may be an entire continent. This sea and its endless islands formed one of the 18 domains of the Divine Prefecture, the West Sea domain. The two largest islands in the West Sea domain were called islands, but in fact, they were continents in the sea, vast and boundless. These two islands were Tsanghuan and Yingju. Tsanghuan Island was the place of cultivation for West Imperial Palace, and it had a long history. There were countless islands of varying sizes all around Tsanghuan Island. It was still incredibly prosperous to this day. The closer the areas were to Tsanghuan Island, the more prosperous they were. In the other location, Yingju Island was across from it. It was the island where the domain chief's manor of West Sea Domain was located. It was also surrounded by countless islands. It was once the second largest island in the West Sea Domain and had an equally long and ancient history. In addition, in the boundless West Sea Domain, there were many magical places, such as celestial islands, which were rarely visited or occupied by anyone, adding to their mysteries. Even though Yingju Island was called an island, it was actually an infinite and vast continent in the sea. The domain chief's manor in the West Sea Domain was not in the center of Yingju Island. On the contrary, the domain chief's manor of the West Sea Domain was located in Yingju City, and Yingju City was built by the sea, ancient and majestic. In the coastal region near Yingju City, countless ships were coming and going. These ships were all of them extraordinary, cast by implements. They traveled at a terrifying speed, shuttling through the sea. Of course, there were also cultivators traveling in the sky as well. Standing near the sea in Yingju City and looking up, one could see a continuous trail of cultivators in the sky above that never stopped. At this time, there was a single boat on the sea far away. This lonesome boat looked very simple, a young man standing on it. The man was extremely handsome, dressed in all white. He was as pure as the falling snow. His long silvery hair was casually draped over his shoulders. There was an indescribable attractiveness about him. Even female cultivators who happened to pass by couldn't help but gave him a couple of glances. The man on the lone boat was none other than Yi Futian. He came from the original realm and traveled all this way to Yingju City of the West Sea Domain, which was also Chief Shihai's lair. The boat sprinted towards the coast, seemingly at ease, but had already gone ashore in a few moments. Some people were watching Yi Futian, who found that after he walked onto the shore, his figure disappeared right from the spot without even leaving a trace of aura. It's no wonder that he has such an exceptional temperament. It seems that his strength is unfathomable. Someone secretly marveled without giving the matter more thought. They then continued on with their own business. After Yi Futian entered Yingju City, he didn't worry about doing much of anything else but began to gather information. In order to deal with the enemy, he had to understand them first. This was not the West Sea Palace in the original realm, and the Domain Chief's manor in West Sea Domain was not so easy to break into either. He knew that Chief Shihai in the original realm was just an exterior incarnation, so he was able to get rid of him with ease. However, in this Yingju city, the one he encountered might be the stronger version of the man himself. Of course, Yi Futian didn't much care about that, even if it was Chief Shihai himself. With his current realm of cultivation, coupled with Buddha's celerity, even Saint Xunchan could not catch up to him at the time. Chief Shihai may be powerful, but conceivably, his realm may not be on the same level as Saint Xunchan's. Yingju Tavern was the largest tavern in all of Yingju City. It was the property of the Domain Chief's manor, and a descendant from the Domain Chief's manor was in charge of the place here. Because it was the property of the Domain Chief's manor, Yingju Tavern was often the gathering place for influential people from all over the West Sea Domain. At this time, in the open area on top of Yingju Tavern, a group of cultivators was here, discussing cultivation. They had attracted many other cultivators from far away to gather here as well. Looking up, it was evident that the person leading the discussion above was someone special. The cultivator who sat at the head of the table, on the high seat, was someone named Qin Luo. He was from the main line of the Domain Chief's manor. Chief Shihai was from the Qin clan and had taken root in the West Sea Domain and strengthened his line for many years. Qin Luo's talent for cultivation was very strong by nature, and he was a junior figure that Chief Shihai greatly valued. He had been cultivating for more than 100 years and had by now reached Renhong in the 9th realm. His combat effectiveness was exceptional. He was an extremely well-known figure in Yingju City. He made his name when he was young, hailed as the war god of Yingju. Now, he was on the verge of Tribulation Plain. The people who came here today were celebrated individuals, which explained Qin Luo's presence in hosting them in person. "Have you heard of the news from Original Realm?" said an old man spoke, and everyone nodded. "I heard that Yi Futian has cultivated the superpower of Buddhism. Even the exterior incarnation of the chief had difficulties tracking him down. The Domain Chief's manor in the Original Realm was destroyed because of Yi Futian's sneak attack," someone said. "Sneak attack?" Someone jeered and said, "This Yi Futian is said to have reached the 9th realm. Some even say that he is now Renhuang invincible." Ning Hua was no competition, after all. Renhuang invincible? What arrogance! A middle-aged man clad in a robe with 8 trigrams said sarcastically, "How many celebrated figures are in a world this vast?" Just the West Sea Domain alone had many extraordinary genius talents with awesome combat effectiveness. Everything aside, Qin Luo, after defeating the cultivators from all sides that one time, had now been cultivating for many years and reached the peak of Renhuang realm. If he were to encounter Yi Futian, it was not impossible that they would have a fight. "That's right, if Yi Futian doesn't run away when he meets our war god of Yingju, he will be detained for sure," someone else said, clearly intending to flatter. After all, Ning Hua, the vice-chief of Donghua Domain, and Zhu Muhuang, vice-chief of Shangqing Domain, which one of them was weak? This Yi Futian easily crushed Zhu Muhuang and slaughtered other Renhuang in the 9th realm. His strength must be incredible. But he is cruel by nature and thirst for blood, and he has killed many of our people in the Domain Chief's manor. If I ever catch sight of him, no matter his strength, I shall try my best to kill him." Qin Luo spoke lightly, as if it was an easy thing to do. "This man is unparalleled in the art of escape and will inevitably run. Even the chief had difficulty capturing and killing him," someone else said. But that was the exterior incarnation of the chief. "If he dares to come to Yingju, he will die for sure," Qin Luo said nonchalantly, and everyone around him nodded in agreement. They toasted to that very sentiment. Just as they were talking, suddenly, another person appeared in the tavern. This man was dressed in all white with a head of white hair, handsome and exceptional. His sudden appearance stunned many people. The appearance of this man was without the slightest fluctuation in aura. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. But judging from his temperament, he must be extremely extraordinary, and presumably with a high level of realm. Otherwise, they would have perceived his coming. No one dared to underestimate him, and Qin Luo was looking at him now as well. He put down his wine cup and asked, "Qin Luo is my name here at Yingju Tavern. May I ask who you are?" Yi Futian looked at Qin Luo without the slightest disturbance in those deep-set eyes of his. He replied, "I am the person you were just threatening to kill. I am here now and I will not be running away." His voice faded, and the hearts of the people in the tavern skipped a beat collectively. Yi Futian. They were just talking about him, and Qin Luo had declared that he would do his best to destroy Yi Futian if he ever showed up. He had threatened that if Yi Futian was ever here in Yingju, he was a dead man. The next moment, Yi Futian appeared in front of them in person, standing in front of them just like this. Qin Luo's expression changed in an instant. It was as if he was suddenly facing the greatest enemy in his life. Although his words were flippant enough before, he knew in his heart just how terrifying Yi Futian was. The aura of the Great Path exploded in an instant. A terrifying Great Path of ice seal directly covered this entire space, and the tavern turned into ice in a second. Yi Futian's body seemed to be frozen inside this block of ice as well. However, in the ice, Yi Futian turned slightly, raising his arm. He did not move quickly, but the movement was completely fluid, as if he was one with heaven and earth. He dropped his finger down and pointed in the direction where Qin Luo was. A light appeared in the ice, which penetrated Qin Luo's brow chakra. Then a loud blast was heard. Qin Luo's body had been pulverized into nothing instantaneously. In the ice, every one of the cultivators were horrified as they beheld this sight. Their expressions changed to one with shock. They felt that their hearts were about to stop beating. Was this Yi Futian really so frightening? Bang! Yi Futian turned his feet around ever so slightly, and the magnificent Yingju Tavern shattered and collapsed. The ice dissipated at the same time. In the distance, countless eyes were looking at this side. They saw Yi Futian suspended in the air with exceptional distinction and grace. He turned around, and his eyes were fixed on the distance where the domain chief's manor was located. "Tell Chief Shihai, I've come to collect." Yi Futian left with this simple message before he disappeared. It was as if he had never been there at all. He was here. He came from the original realm to the land of the divine prefecture, and came directly to Yingju City for the kill. Chapter 25:15, Facing a Great Enemy. After Yi Futian killed Qin Luo, he went to several other strongholds of the domain chief's manor in West Sea Domain. There, not only did he slaughter many more cultivators who belonged to the domain chief's manor, but these people were also from the main lineage of Chief Shihai. Buddha's celerity allowed Yi Futian to appear in different locations within a very short period to assassinate these people. Therefore, the domain chief's manor did not have enough time to respond properly. Yingju City, in the West Sea Domain chief's manor, a horrifying aura permeated the boundless space, and a frightening divine consciousness covered the entire Yingju City. In the domain chief's manor, Chief Shihai himself stood high above the sky. The aura coming from him was beyond terrifying. Although he was in Yingju City, his divine consciousness couldn't watch over everything happening inside the city. He was cultivating in retreat when he was told by the cultivators from Domain Chief's manor that Yi Futian was already in Yingju for revenge. He had actually come to the West Sea Domain from the original realm to his lair. This was impertinent and unthinkable. Many cultivators appeared in the Domain Chief's manor, and all of them had levitated into the sky. They had received the news that Yi Futian had come for them and had already killed many of their colleagues inside the Domain Chief's manor. At the same time when this horrific aura appeared, Yi Futian had already appeared on the surface of the West Sea. He raised his head and looked into the distance, specifically in the direction of the West Sea Domain Chief's manor, and sensed the divine consciousness of Chief Shihai. Across the infinite void, the two seemed to be looking at one another. A monstrous aura swept in, causing the entire West Sea to rage, rolling and roaring madly. Boom! Chief Shihai moved. He disappeared from the Domain Chief's manor. At this moment, the vast and endless region of Yingju City felt the fury of Chief Shihai. A youngster had chased him from the original realm to his home base, hunting down the cultivators inside his house, the Domain Chief's manor. The moment he moved, Yi Futian readily disappeared from where he was. After a moment, Chief Shihai appeared on the surface of the sea as well, now frozen thousands of miles in radius, as the endless sea had turned into pure ice. Many cultivators on the sea were also sealed shut within the ice, but Yi Futian was no longer in this frozen domain. Buzz! A terrifying storm passed through, shattering the ice. The hearts of all the cultivators trembled fiercely. When they turned their heads and looked further away, they saw that the West Sea kept freezing and spreading into the distance. Some people still didn't know what had happened, but some did know that it was Chief Shihai chasing Yi Futian, wanting to control the other's movement. The cultivators who happened to pass by were all petrified to their bones. This time, could Chief Shihai take down Yi Futian? It didn't take long for them to know the answer. A horrible aura came from the sea to the domain chief's manor. Everyone could perceive an extremely terrifying and furious murderous intent. Obviously, Chief Shihai did not take down Yi Futian. Chief Shihai himself was sitting inside the domain chief's manor, but he could not get a hold of Yi Futian. What did this mean? It meant that Yi Futian could intercept and kill the cultivators from the West Sea domain chief's manor whenever he wanted, and the domain chief's manor could do absolutely nothing to him. If Chief Shihai had known this would happen, would he still be that thoughtless and cruel and kill Yi Futian's demonic beast all over again? What happened on Yingju Island quickly spread throughout the island, even to the surrounding islands, and then to all other parts of the Western Sea domain. The chief of Western Sea domain had provoked the wrong person, who was now responsible for the killing spree inside Yingju City. Tsanghuan West Imperial Palace was once a glorious and majestic imperial palace, ancient and magnificent, extending downward, like an ancient imperial city. At the top of the staircase, a group of people was walking down the steps. Among them was a woman with extraordinary temperament and stunning beauty. If Yi Futian were here, he would have definitely recognized this woman. She was none other than the goddess of West Imperial Palace, Shi Kaiyaro, the most powerful heir of the West Emperor. Around Shi Kaiyaro were many great figures from the West Imperial Palace. Even powerful existences of the Tribulation Plane were amongst them. This was the core of the ancient god clan. Shi Kaiyaro, as the most powerful heir of the West Emperor, had obtained the inheritance of the ancient emperor, so her position in the West Imperial Palace was lofty and well respected. When she went to the original realm, she was the center of that delegation. Presently, laughter, like a silver bell, came from Shi Kaiyaro. A look of brilliance flashed through her beautiful eyes as she looked into the distance and whispered, "If that battle between Yi Futian and I had continued, the one who lost would no doubt be me. This man has been received the inheritances of several great emperors, so how could his fame be in vain? I didn't expect that he would have gone to the Western world of Buddhism and cultivated one of the 6 superpowers, the Buddha's celerity from the Spirit Mountain. I was right about him. It's a pity that he is the heir of Emperor Yi Qing. Otherwise, I could have gotten much closer to him back then. Because of the relationship between Emperor Yi Qing and Donghuang the Great, it was destined that no one dared to get too close to Yi Futian so as not to offend the imperial palace. After all, Donghuang the Great was the master of the divine prefecture. Who wouldn't be cautious? Chief Shihai would have never thought that in just 10 or 20 years, a level 8 Renhuang would have grown to this point, that even he could not take him down. An old man next to her laughed. Chief Qin was accustomed to having his way. It was his habit to do whatever he wanted. Because he wanted to take Yi Futian immediately, he resorted to extreme measures without considering the consequences. Now, he has become a laughingstock everywhere. I am sure he is quite mad about that. Everyone laughed. Besides marveling at Yi Futian's extraordinary strength, this incident was indeed quite ironic. It was hard for Chief Shihai not to become the butt of the joke in this matter, but it was something that he had instigated himself. Now he was unable to resolve it. Judging from Yi Futian's attitude, he clearly didn't intend to let the matter go so easily, and he would continue to watch the domain chief's manor in West Sea domain. On the contrary, Chief Shihai could do nothing to him. As for going over to Yi Futian's home base, the Ziwei Segmentum, for revenge, would he dare? It was truly Yi Futian's territory. He could leverage the will of the great emperor to move the stars in the heavens. If he were to go, he might never be able to come back. With his personality, how could he let this go? This time, Chief Shihai probably will not be able to finish this his way. Shikayaro looked quite blasé as she said this with a laugh. Let's go. Let's go to Yingju and take a look. The people around her glanced at each other, then smiled and responded, it won't hurt to go take a look. Chief Shihai was an extremely proud and arrogant individual. Since becoming the chief of West Sea Domain and as the head of the domain chief's manor, he was polite enough to the West Imperial Palace on the outside. However, everyone knew that Chief Shihai always intended for the domain chief's manor to replace the Western Imperial Palace in the West Sea Domain. Since Shikayaro was interested this time, it wouldn't hurt for them to go and take a look-see. Let's go straight away, then. Shikayaro was fast on the move. She levitated directly into the void, heading outside of West Imperial Palace, cultivators around her trailing behind. What do you guys think about Yi Futian? Shikayaro asked. Incredibly talented. Perhaps no one can compare with him in the entire Divine Prefecture. However, it's truly a pity, an old man said, not finishing his sentence. What pity is that? Shikayaro asked. It's a pity that he is the heir of Emperor Yi Qing, so he is destined not to be able to fulfill the full potential of his cultivation. Otherwise, with his talents, he would be cultivating in Donghuang Imperial Palace by now. He may even be taken in by the great emperor as a personal disciple. I heard that Princess Donghuang had taken a liking to him once, the old man next to her said. It's quite a pity if you put it like that. Shikayaro smiled and continued, such a talented cultivator is indeed rare in the world, and he is also incredibly handsome to boot, an ideal path companion. Everyone next to her was quite stunned by her conclusion. Indeed, the goddess's thinking was genuinely different from ordinary folks. However, from the perspective of seeking a path companion, there was almost no one existing in the West Sea who could be worthy of Shikayaro. Yi Futian was a suitable candidate in that aspect. After cultivating to their level, looking for a path companion was no longer something that involved love and feelings. Especially as the successor of the ancient god clan, strength and power were a serious consideration, meaning that even more outstanding progenies may be produced. Therefore, from this perspective, Shi Qiao's train of thought was understandable and logical. And the West Imperial Palace was not alone. Many cultivators on the many islands in the Western Sea Domain were also heading towards Yingju Island. They wanted to partake in the excitement and see how this fiasco would end. Along the coast region of Yingju Island, more and more cultivators were gathering in this area lately. They were all from other islands, and there were some very powerful figures among them. After that day, Chief Shihai did not continue to pursue Yi Futian, clearly realizing that it would do absolutely no good. After he returned, he ordered the domain chief's manor cultivators not to leave Yingju City at will, and they must be extremely vigilant and cautious. At the same time, he did not go back into retreat to cultivate but watched all of Yingju City closely. He needed to wait for a chance, which would be when Yi Futian slipped. As long as Yi Futian made a mistake, he could release his domain to capture Yi Futian, and Yi Futian would never be able to escape with his life. Previously he was unable to successfully pursue and kill him because Yi Futian's speed was faster than the speed of his great path domain. There was almost no time for him to react, so he could not take Yi Futian. All he needed was an opportunity. Just once when Yi Futian was careless. Once would be enough. On the coast region of Yingju Island, a group of cultivators walked casually. One of them had controlled his aura, but his temperament was noticeably extraordinary. In fact, he was a supreme cultivator inside the domain chief's manor, a peak existence who was recruited by the chief himself to be part of the domain chief's manor from the very beginning. He was a cultivator who had survived a divine tribulation of the Great Path, who had been faithfully serving the domain chief's manor. But at this moment, he strolled along the coast of Yingju Island just like any other ordinary person. Around him, there were also many other cultivators from the domain chief's manor who didn't bother to conceal their true identity in search for any traces of Yi Futian. They were the bait to lure Yi Futian into revealing himself. To deal with this thorn on their side, the West Sea domain chief's manor was treating it with great seriousness and had set up a massive net in Yingju City, waiting for Yi Futian to step in. They didn't know when their prey would enter this net. As long as Yi Futian was alive, the West Sea Domain chief's manor would never be at ease. Chapter 25:16, Locked In. On the surface, everything in Yingju City seemed to be business as usual. Underneath it all, however, there was a current that was brewing. This time the matter was related to the domain chief's manor. Someone was hunting and killing the direct descendants of the domain chief's manor, which was considered a significant event. For hundreds of years, no one had dared to do anything like this. This was the first time it had happened. The Yingju coast seemed calm enough, but the water closest to the coastal region had seen an increase of cultivators during this period. Many of them were not even native to Yingju City. They had come from the outside world purely for the purpose of witnessing the development of this turmoil. Could the domain chief's manor in the West Sea Domain apprehend Yi Futian? In this area near the coast, a great ship was floating quietly at sea, not moving in any particular direction. On the deck of this great ship, a beautiful woman stood there quietly, looking at the landscape in the distant shore. This woman was Shi Kaiyaro, the goddess of West Imperial Palace, who had come from Tsanghuan Island. Her beautiful eyes looked in different directions, and she saw that many ships seemed to be approaching. Some powerful cultivators even looked at her as if trying to recognize who she was. After all, in the West Sea Domain, as the goddess of West Imperial Palace, her status needed no further elaboration. She was the true treasured daughter of the domain, whose name was known to everyone. However, there were not many who had actually seen her. Therefore, many people were just guessing and did not actually get close to her. It seems that it's not just us who came here. These cultivators just couldn't stay away and have come to join in for a bit of fun, Shi Kaiyaro said with a smile. That also depends on what they are here for. The premier enchanting genius has come from the original realm, seeking revenge at the domain chief's manor in the West Sea Domain. Who wouldn't be curious? The old man behind her said with a smile, over here, most of them were speculating about Yi Futian's strength, which even I am curious about. Just how strong is Yi Futian? It was unlikely that he has any suitable opponents in the realm of Renhuang, Shi Kaiyaro said with a smile. She had fought with Yi Futian once before. After so many years, she thought that there would not be too many people left who could compare to her at this level. Yi Futian might be a bit stronger. Well, when Qin Luo made his name, he was given the title of War God of Yingju by Yingju City. Although it is a bit of exaggeration, it was not hard to see just how glorious Qin Luo's war record was at the time. His talent was exceptional, and his combat effectiveness extraordinary. But such a figure was destroyed by Yi in Futian with one finger, the old man said, slightly surprised. Cultivators who had not survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path would have a hard time defeating him. Greetings to the elder of West Imperial Palace and the goddess of Imperial Palace. At this time, a ship approached them. Someone called out to salute Shi Kaiyaro, clearly having recognized her. The old man nodded almost imperceptibly, appearing a little cold to the touch. Shi Kaiyaro just gave them a wayward glance and outright ignored him. The man knew that they were reluctant to engage him in conversation and left quietly. Anyone else who saw this exchange quickly dispelled any thoughts of approaching them and contented themselves to watch everything from a distance. Shi Kaiyaro, the goddess of West Imperial Palace, was still a faraway figure to them. This was the true overlord of the West Sea Domain and the heir of the ancient god clan. Even the most enchanting genius talents and peak Renhuang existence in the West Sea Domain were hard-pressed to come into contact with her. Perhaps only truly excellent Renhuang existences had some opportunity to interact with Shi Kaiyaro. On the coast was a group of people standing there, looking towards the great ships that floated on the sea in the distance. These people were cultivators from the domain chief's manor. The man in the lead now shouted, "The goddess of West Imperial Palace has arrived. Why not come to our domain chief's manor to take a rest and visit?" This voice resounded throughout this area and attracted many people's attention. It seemed as if people in this coastal region somehow missed the fact that he was a cultivator from the domain chief's manor. In this area, there were also many groups dotted all along the coast. All of them were dispatched by the domain chief's manor. They were here under the pretense of searching for Yi Futian in order to capture him. In fact, no one thought the matter could be quite that simple. There may be some other purposes behind their presence. Yi Futian was hunting the cultivators of the Domain Chief's manor in the open. How could the West Sea Domain Chief's manor be so stupid to show up like this and let Yi Futian kill them? The only possibility was that it was all a setup. Yi Futian must have known it as well, hence his absence. Many people speculated that since Yi Futian had already sneak-attacked them once and knew that the Domain Chief's manor would now be prepared for him, it was possible that he would not be taking such a risk again. "We'll walk around some so we won't trouble the Domain Chief's manor," responded the old man on the ship, and the people from the Domain Chief's manor nodded without saying anything more. It was a courtesy invitation, and they knew that the cultivators from West Imperial Palace were probably just here to watch the show. Just as they were talking, a figure suddenly appeared on the shore. He was suspended in the air so quietly without any aura. No one knew how or where the man was coming from. Many people hadn't even seen him until they saw the reaction in other people's eyes. They turned around and looked in that direction, their eyes glued there. What a terrifying space technique, invisible and untraceable. He had simply appeared out of nowhere. This kind of superpower was indeed suitable for hunting. Shikayaro was stunned as well, looking at the white-haired figure that suddenly appeared in the distance. A faint smile appeared in her beautiful eyes. It was no wonder Buddha's celerity was one of the 6 superpowers of Buddhism. It was indeed miraculous. Of course, those who had the strongest reaction were the cultivators from the Domain Chief's manor. Their hearts palpitated, and in an instant, it was like they were facing a formidable foe. Yi Futian hadn't made his move yet, but just with his appearance there, the aura of the great path from these cultivators' bodies roared frantically to cover the space around them. They forged a layer of a defensive light screen. They weren't so busy for an attack right now but were focused instead on preserving their own lives first. "Yi Futian," an icy voice called out. The Domain Chief's manor cultivators didn't expect that he would dare to make an appearance. He was standing there in all his insolent glory. Didn't he ever consider that this could be a trap, laying in waiting, just for him? Otherwise, why would they readily appear here just to search for him? As soon as their voices faded, Yi Futian turned into a light, fast to the extreme. Buzz! That light arrived in a flash. It directly bisected the area where they were. The defensive light screen was shattered when the light ran through it, and the eyes of everyone in that group of people revealed a look of horror. Then, all of their bodies turned into nothingness, disintegrating instantaneously. As for Yi Futian, he had already returned to the place far away. It was as if he had never done anything at all. He was merely standing there quietly, and many people's hearts palpitated, feeling the horror. With just a flash, all these cultivators had died, turning into nothing more than dust and smoke. The vast majority of the people did not see the exchange clearly and had no idea what happened at that moment. Only some top figures, such as Shikayaro and the old man next to her, saw the whole thing clearly. Yi Futian's physical body had transformed into the Great Path, and his body, the body of the Great Path, had passed through the space in a flash. Like an indestructible sword carrying the destructive terror of the sword will, it passed through that area and shattered that space. Everyone inside the kill zone was slaughtered without exception. But Yi Futian's expression was one of indifference. Since they had used themselves as bait to lure him in, he would oblige them so they may fulfill their purpose. At this moment, these cultivators shuddered. Shikayaro and other cultivators from West Imperial Palace frowned as they looked up around this space. This vast expanse of space suddenly became extremely chilly, and many cultivators on the sea felt a burst of icy coldness. That coldness had directly penetrated their souls. In an instant, a watery mist appeared in the entire world. An old man stood quietly on the surface of the sea closest to the coast. His eyes were extremely cold, and a murderous intent surrounded him. The watery mist seemed to be formed by the seawater and penetrated his body. "Yi Futian," that figure standing on the sea said, then pointed his finger towards Yi Futian. Suddenly, countless water droplets appeared in the mist, flying towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian merely glanced at the moment, and in the next moment, he disappeared right from where he was. it was as if he was never there. "You can't leave now." He raised his head as he scanned the sky high above. As soon as he said that, the vast space was full of a biting icy coldness. So cold. Many shuddered. Shi Qiao's brows knitted together tightly as she looked at the mist in the void. "It seems that there is an aura," she said. The old man next to her nodded. "It's he who started it. We should have expected it a long time ago. Yi Futian, I am afraid, will encounter some trouble." "Let's just watch," Shi Qiao said lightly. In the distance, in the direction of Domain Chief's manor, a terrifying aura descended, followed by a voice that said, "So? Chief, I've put a mark on him. He can't leave now." The cultivator who responded was standing on the sea, a strong sense of confidence in his eyes. Unless Yi Futian had also survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path, he would not be able to destroy the mark that had been placed on him. And this mark was enough to get a lock on him. "Go and bring him back. It's better that he's alive. But if not, his corpse will do," Chief Shihai said coldly. "Chief, rest easy," the man replied confidently. As soon as his voice fell, he turned and glanced in a direction further away. Yi Futian was in that direction at this moment. The reason why the chief could not track Yi Futian before was Buddha's celerity. Buddha's celerity allowed its practitioner to come and go without a trace. There were no rules to speak of, therefore, there was no way to put a lock on it. However, it was different at this moment. He had successfully locked onto Yi Futian. No matter where he went now, there was no way Yi Futian could get rid of his trace. In the distance, Yi Futian appeared in the sky above the coastal region, frowning slightly. Suddenly, he could feel several chills inside his body, as if formed by the power of the Great Path and gotten into his body somehow, gave him a distinct sense of coldness. Many of those who had survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path possessed some unique abilities of their own. This was something he already knew. But, trying to use that to hunt him down? Chapter 25:17, Whose World? Zhong Miao. On the shore of Yingju, countless eyes were focused on the old man who was wearing a blue robe. This cultivator had become a well-known figure in the West Sea Domain long ago and was now the number 2 in charge at the Domain Chief's manor of the West Sea Domain. He experienced his first divine tribulation of the Great Path many years before, and though it was just the first divine tribulation, he had been immersed in the cultivation in this realm for many years. In the entire Western Sea Domain, there were not many who were better him. In some other domains, he might have already been qualified as the existence ruling the Domain Chief's manor. The path as cultivated by Zhong Miao had already given rise to his own unique ability. The watery mist that had just appeared contained his own hidden rules, and therefore, locked onto Yi Futian. This time, Yi Futian is in trouble, countless cultivators on the shore of Yingju secretly exclaimed. They saw Zhong Miao disappeared, heading in the direction where Yi Futian was. Everyone saw that his body seemed to have melted into the West Sea, traveling thousands of miles in the sea in but a blink of an eye. "Even I can't keep up with Zhong Miao's speed." On the ship on which Shi Qiao stood, the old man behind her was speaking. "It seems that we won't see what happens, after all." Shi Qiao felt a little disappointed, unsure whether or not Yi Futian could get rid of Zhong Miao. Yi Futian continued traveling forward in the West Sea at a terrifying speed, but he could feel that someone was right on his tail. It was Zhong Miao who was keeping him closely within his sight. The chill in his body was expanding and seemed on the verge of invading his spiritual soul, making him feel very cold. Yi Futian marveled to himself. Zhong Miao was indeed a cultivator who had survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path. What he had done was no simple feat. However, his expression remained the same as he continued to flee. The chill in his body was raging, eroding the power of the Great Path within his body, corroding his body and soul. This had greatly affected his speed. He was resisting it with the power of the Great Path, wanting to destroy it, but it was useless. Gradually, Yi Futian seemed to have slowed down a bit. In the distance, a face seemed to reflect in the middle of the West Sea. It was Zhong Miao's face. He shuttled through the sea with incredible speed as that face seemed to display an icy cold smile. This time, He had to sacrifice a group of people just to lure him in. Now that Yi Futian was here, how could he allow him to escape? Yi Futian was too cocky. He knew it was a trap, but still, he had no qualms, showing up on the coast of Yingju. He was so full of himself that he clearly didn't think any of them posed a threat. The two of them had traveled an unknown distance, and they were, by now, somewhere very far away from Yingju Island, moving deep into the West Sea. There was nothing in the area around them, only the boundless and endless waters. How vast was the West Sea? Yingju Island was an island comparable in size to a continent, but it was just an island in the West Sea among others, quite inconspicuous in the entire West Sea. It was conceivable how expansive the West Sea really was. It was said that no one had really traveled to every part of the West Sea. Yi Futian's body seemed to be covered with a layer of frost, which slowed him down considerably. The aura that had locked onto him from behind was getting closer and closer, quickly closing the gap as the pursuit was approaching a white-hot stage. Finally, Yi Futian stopped running away. He turned around, standing in the void, and looking at the giant waves over the sea behind him. Buzz! Giant waves shot through the sky as a man appeared before him. It was Zhong Miao. He stared at Yi Futian, who was covered in icy frost, his expression cold and chilling. Although this youngster was strong, he confounded even the domain chief's manner with his Buddha's celerity and evaded everyone's oversight. However, he couldn't escape his eyes after all. "Stop resisting and come with me, and I will let you alive," Zhong Miao said as he looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian's expression was calm and nonchalant, looking incredibly peaceful. He looked at Zhong Miao and said, "You are so confident that you can take me with you?" Zhong Miao glanced at Yi Futian. In an instant, the vast sky above the sea was filled with a watery mist, as if filled with drops of condensed water. Each and every drop of water contained a terrifying truth of frost, which included chills that could make the soul tremble. You should have already felt it. Although those who experienced the divine tribulation of the Great Path continue to cultivate the power of the Great Path, their comprehension has been transformed into something unique. It is no longer comparable to what they have experienced once as Ren Huang. Therefore, although Ren Huang stands at the top of the cultivation world, in front of those who had experienced the divine tribulation, Ren Huang can be destroyed with a flick of the finger. Zhong Miao's voice was cold and proud as he looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian clearly understood the difference between a cultivator of the tribulation plane and Ren Huang. But was he just an ordinary Ren Huang? Destroyed by a flick? Yi Futian suddenly showed a smile and said, "Are you sure?" As his voice fell, a blazing solar divine light appeared upon him. His entire body was as dazzling as the sun itself. Terrifying solar divine fire enveloped his body as the temperature of this space, previously shrouded by an intense chill, rose sharply all of a sudden. At this moment, the truth of frost in Yi Futian's body melted into nothing and dissipated into a cloud of steaming mist. What? Zhong Miao sensed it instantly. He furrowed his brows, and his expression changed slightly. He stared at Yi Futian and said, "Can you destroy that trace of truth?" Obviously, Yi Futian could destroy it, he wouldn't be tracked by him. But before that, Yi Futian had pretended all along, acting as if he had been eroded by that force and that his own speed had been affected. He finally stopped when Zhong Miao thought he had nowhere to escape. Only at this moment did he discover that Yi Futian could have erased everything from the beginning. So, what did all this mean? It meant that Yi Futian deliberately lured him here. What was the purpose for Yi Futian to do so? Did Yi Futian think that he could contend with him? A Ren Huang in the ninth realm? Power of the sun. Zhong Miao perceived Yi Futian's dazzling divine body of the sun, which was impervious to the truth of the frost. This was probably where Yi Futian's confidence was coming from. Zhong Miao didn't say anything, but both of his hands proceeded to condense the seal. In an instant, the waters turned turbulent as giant waves rushed into the sky. These terrifying gigantic waves sealed this corner of the sky and turned it into a Neptunian prison. Those horrific giant waves rolled towards Yi Futian, accompanied by howling roars. Shocking waves hit the shore with forces that could shatter the shoreline. At this moment, Yi Futian could clearly feel the heavy force coming from the sea. A battle form gathered and manifested, and it was the Akalanatha battle form, majestic and massive, standing above the sea. Terrifying giant waves swept across and blasted on that body, but the battle form remained motionless, allowing the giant waves to blast upon it without wavering in the slightest. Although Yi Futian was a Ren Huang in the ninth realm, he had already been tempered by the divine tribulation of the Great Path. It was a terrifying divine tribulation. As a result, his physical body was extremely tyrannical, not to mention he also had the Akalanatha battle form. The storm of the sea directly submerged the Akalanatha battle form, and became frozen, taking along with it the Akalanatha battle form and Yi Futian's body, so both were frozen and sealed within the sea itself. An extremely chilled air permeated the frozen space, and even time and space seemed to have stopped as the temperature turned into absolute zero. Above the firmament, a giant sword appeared. Zhong Miao pointed at the frozen space, and suddenly, the giant sword blasted with a terrifying sound of waves, making a violent boom. Apart. Zhong Miao spat, and the icebound space shattered as if everything inside of it was going to break apart into nothingness. However, when everything did break apart, the Akalanatha battle form was there still, completely unmoved. This puzzled Zhong Miao, and he frowned. Was his defense as strong as this? At this moment, the sound of Buddha lingered, resounding throughout the void. Suddenly, on the surface of the sea, gigantic Buddha phantoms appeared from different directions. They towered into the firmament and sheltered everything in the sky, covering this area. Moreover, as the sound of Buddha lingered, there were more and more Buddha phantoms as if to summon all the Buddhas into the sky. Zhong Miao frowned. He stretched out both of his hands as he levitated into the void. Suddenly, a blast of extremely cold air swept through heaven and earth. The sea was frozen instantly as the endless water seemed to a standstill at this moment, turning into a frozen world. All the Buddha phantoms in the sky were frozen in ice as well. Under that extreme chill, even the Great Path was about to stop running, and the lingering sound of Buddha gradually came to a halt. His body was still climbing higher into the sky. Above the firmament, a mirror seemed to appear now, from which frost divine swords were seeping out. Layers of the truth from the destructive Great Path were contained within these frost divine swords, now diffusing outward. Go. He lowered his head to look at the area below. Suddenly the frost divine swords broke through the air and chased into the forbidden space, slashing at those Buddha phantoms. Boom, boom, boom. Those Buddha phantoms shattered under the divine sword, just like when the ice had been broken before. They turned into pieces, looking particularly fragile. There were divine swords that slashed towards Yi Futian himself. All of a sudden, the frozen Akalanatha battle form started moving. When those divine swords began to fall, cracks appeared on the Akalanatha battle form, and soon after, they gradually began to shatter as well. The divine swords continued to hunt after Yi Futian, only to see Yi Futian disappear from the place where he was, and the divine swords swooped down to find nothing at the end of their attack. But Zhong Miao didn't care. He stared at Yi Futian, who had reappeared in another direction, and said, "You can erase the mark I left on you, and you may be an expert at Buddha's celerity. If we were in the world outside, I could indeed do nothing to you. But your arrogance is your undoing. Now, you are in my world." The mirror that was above the sky became extremely cold, and the entire world became silent. It was like a world that hung in total suspense. This was his domain, his world. Even if Yi Futian was an expert in Buddha's celerity, he could never get out and would die here for sure. He wanted to see just what this arrogant white-haired young man wanted to do with him now that he had lured him here. Yi Futian would die of his arrogance and insolence. Is that so? Yi Futian looked at Zhong Miao and said, "This is the second time you have made a mistake." Zhong Miao frowned now as he looked at Yi Futian, puzzled. He saw only the conceited self-confidence in Yi Futian's eyes, only to hear him say, "Look carefully, this is not your world. This is my world." Chapter 25:18, Shocking Yingzhou City. Yi Futian's words stunned Zhong Miao. He looked at Yi Futian's confident gaze that bordered on arrogance. This was his world. Across the vast space, A terrifying aura spread outwards. He looked up and discovered that a gigantic Buddha silhouette had appeared outside the world of ice that he had set up. The face of the Buddha covered the entire world. It was another world that directly enveloped the domain of the great path that he had set up. At his cultivation level, the domain of the great path that he set up was like an independent world. The law, which he had comprehended, existed within this world. This law already surpassed the ordinary powers of the Great Path and was based on his comprehension of the Great Path. In the world of ice that Zhong Miao established, his law governed everything. Everything within this world was frozen and still. Time and space were also within his control. All other powers of the Great Path ceased to function in this space. Anyone who had lower cultivation than he had no chance of surviving in this world of his. Their death was inevitable. There was no suspense regarding that. Hence, the cultivation world had always acknowledged that even though Renhuangs were powerful, before cultivators who had survived the divine tribulations, they could be eliminated with the flick of a finger. Cultivators at the tribulation plane had undergone the baptism of the heavenly path. They were at a higher level compared to Renhuangs. This was an insurmountable difference. Hence, he had absolute confidence in his own abilities. However, everything that was happening right now was subverting his understanding of cultivation. How could Yi Futian, a 9th-tier Renhuang, be able to forge another domain of the Great Path outside his own? Yi Futian's domain even enveloped his world. That meant that the space was not controlled by Zhong Miao's law. Zhong Miao could also clearly sense that a power that was not weaker than his own was coalescing. Yi Futian placed his palms together and actually became an ancient Buddha that was solemn and divine. Endless scorching divine light radiated from his figure. At the same time, in the world of the Buddha, countless Buddhas appeared. All the Buddhas became Mahavairokkana, radiating with the divine light of Mahavairokkana. It was the divine light of the sun. Everywhere the light touched, the world of ice melted. Zhong Miao's law was being negated. "It is the Mahavairokkana," exclaimed Zhong Miao. At Zhong Miao's level, even though he had not been to the world of Buddhism, how could he not know of the Mahavairokkana? This is impossible. You have only been in the world of Buddhism for a relatively short time. How can you forge a domain of the Buddhist path? Asked Zhong Miao as he stared at the sky above. It was still possible for Yi Futian to have cultivated Buddhist superpowers. You are also just a 9th-tier Renhuang. How could you have managed to do all this? Questioned Zhong Miao. Zhong Miao stared at Yi Futian. Everything he was witnessing subverted his understanding of cultivation. It was a massive blow to him. A crow does not know how a rock can soar in the heavens. It is normal for you not to understand. You also do not need to understand, replied Yi Futian as he started at Zhong Miao. After you die, I wonder whether Chief Shihai will begin to regret what he has done. If he doesn't, it does not matter. He will also end up like you sooner or later. The look in Zhong Miao's eyes was extremely ugly. Yi Futian was comparing him to a crow. Zhong Miao had dominated the West Sea domain for many years and could serve as a chief. Even in the entire West Sea domain, very few people were more powerful than him. However, in Yi Futian's eyes, Zhong Miao was just an ordinary person not worth mentioning. Yi Futian's tone was full of condescension. Yi Futian had lured him out to hunt him. Before this, Yi Futian had not revealed his true ability to prevent the members of various forces from figuring out his true combat ability. In the heavens above, a beam of icy cold light shot out from the mirror of ice. The world seemed to turn pale and enter a state of motionlessness. However, Yi Futian's Mahavairokkana still radiated with divine light. At the same time, divine light of the sun that rained down from even higher in the sky directly negated the effect of the frost. Their laws were clashing against each other. I told you. This is my world. The laws of your world are useless here, declared Yi Futian as he stared at Zhong Miao. You have undergone a divine tribulation, asked Zhong Miao as his gaze was fixed on Yi Futian. Yi Futian did not answer. In the sky above, the Mahavairokkana battle forms raised their palms simultaneously. Terrifying rumbling sounds could be heard as they slammed their palms down to the ground. The attack immediately covered the entire domain. The palms of Mahavairokkana incinerated everything. The world of ice disappeared, and the mirror in the sky was shattered. Zhong Miao's figure was covered in frost. He had not frozen himself, but instead, he had become an icy body of whey. He watched as the various palms of Mahavairokkana came crashing towards him. He raised his arms and sent them slamming outwards. At that moment, his figure grew, and he became an ice war god. Many arms appeared on his figure and extended outwards in all directions, taking the palms of Mahavairokkana head-on. Boom! 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 Terrifying rumbling sounds could be heard. Zhong Miao's figure trembled as his true will of ice flowed to his various limbs. This caused the palms of Mahavairokkana crashing towards his arms also to be covered in frost and were even frozen solid. Rumble. A terrifying sound could be heard. The ice beneath his feet shattered. The gigantic palms of Mahavairokkana still unleashed frightening divine light. The divine fire of the sun circled around them. They attempted to press down on Zhong Miao and kill him, but they were blocked. Zhong Miao, who had become an ice war god, had forcefully blocked this terrifying blow. It was apparent how powerful he was. It is impossible for you to have undergone a divine tribulation. This can only be a strange technique, said Zhong Miao as ice-cold divine light shot out from his eyes. Having become a gigantic ice war god, he still had the majesty and imposing manner of a tribulation cultivator. He said, "You wish to kill me. Can you pull it off?" His figure was now a body of whey. The law of the great path circled around him. This was his law. The palms of Mahavairokkana were all blocked and could not destroy him. "Is it impossible?" asked Yi Futian as he looked at Zhong Miao. The divine light on Yi Futian's figure grew more and more brilliant. It was even more blinding than the sun. "You know nothing," exclaimed Yi Futian. The next moment, his figure disappeared and became a beam of divine light that directly pierced the space. Zhong Miao seemed to realize something as he unleashed the true will of ice on his body to the utmost limit. With his ice war god figure as the center, everything around him stopped moving. However, the next moment, his eyes narrowed, and his body seemed to tremble. He lowered his head slightly to take a look. The center of his war god figure was empty. A hole had appeared there. Yi Futian's figure appeared on the other side of the hole. Yi Futian's body was no longer an ordinary body of flesh and blood. It was an actual divine body of the great path. It had already become a body of whey. The divine tribulation that Yi Futian's body had withstood was not something other cultivators who had undergone the first stage of the divine tribulation of the great path could compare with. Other people only went through a single tribulation. On the other hand, Yi Futian had faced tribulations almost daily during that period. Moreover, his figure had already been honed to an extremely powerful level even before he had undergone the divine tribulation. Although his cultivation was only at the 9th tier of the Renhuang plane, Yi Futian was confident that with this divine body, he could instantly kill off most existences who had survived the first stage of the divine tribulation of the great path by purely relying on the strength of his body. "A divine body," said Zhong Miao as his figure trembled. Then, his gigantic divine body shattered bit by bit. His eyes revealed a look of terror and disbelief. He, a tribulation cultivator, was killed by a junior. He, Zhong Miao, was actually going to die here. "Chief Shihai will one day accompanying you," declared Yi Futian. As he said this, Zhong Miao's figure shattered and was destroyed. He perished in the West Sea. In the sky above, everything dispersed, and the surroundings returned to normal. The frozen surface of the ocean flowed as usual. The sea breeze howled as the waves swept in from a distance. Yi Futian stood on the surface of the sea and took a deep breath. Although Yi Futian had killed many top cultivators, Zhong Miao was considered the first tribulation cultivator he had killed with his own ability. This was somewhat significant. Now, Yi Futian could already kill powerful tribulation plane existences on his own. He could even protect himself against cultivators who had undergone the second stage of the divine tribulation of the Great Path. Yi Futian looked away towards Yingzhu Island. His figure then disappeared in a flash. A terrifying aura enveloped the entire West Sea Domain chief's manor. The atmosphere was depressing. Soon, News spread out from the domain chief's manor. Zhong Miao had fallen. The news propagated at an astonishing speed. Countless people were awaiting the latest news on the shore of the Yingju Sea. Instead of receiving news about Zhong Miao returning to Yingju after successfully capturing Yi Futian, they got the news of his death. This piece of news came as a massive shock to everyone from the domain chief's manor. The cultivators of Yingju City were similarly startled by it. Everyone's hearts trembled in disbelief. Zhong Miao was the second highest figure in the West Sea domain chief's manor, a powerful existence only second to Chief Shihai. Not long ago, he had gone off to pursue Yi Futian. Everyone believed that he would most likely capture Yi Futian. If Yi Futian escaped, it would still be understandable. However, in the end, Zhong Miao was killed by Yi Futian. Was this true? Why did it feel like a dream? On the ship that Shi Kaiyaro was on, after the group of cultivators from West Imperial Palace heard this news, they could not wrap their heads around it for a moment. Shi Kaiyaro was also stunned. She blinked and then revealed a smile. It indeed was a surprise. The person who had died was actually Zhong Miao. The domain chief's manor has suffered a great loss this time, an elder said to the side. Zhong Miao was the second highest figure in the domain chief's manor. All of the people who had been killed before this combined could not compare to him alone. His death had directly weakened the overall strength of the domain chief's manor. The significance of this incident was also even more extraordinary. This meant that the disaster faced by the domain chief's manor had yet to end. It was far from over. No one imagined that there would be such an outcome. If Chief Shihai had known that it would end up like this, he wouldn't have touched Yi Futian. The domain chief of our West Sea domain is most likely feeling the pain right now, speculated Shi Kaiyao. The people beside her nodded their heads in agreement. This time, how would the domain chief's manor deal with the threat that Yi Futian posed? Right now, on the shore of the Yingju Sea, the cultivators from the domain chief's manor were all retreating. This made those who were still doubtful of the news realize that it was true. Zhong Miao had fallen. After he had left to pursue Yi Futian, he was killed instead. For Yingju Island, this was earth-shaking news. In the domain chief's manor, Chief Shihai was seated. The aura on his body was terrifying. Before him, many members of the domain chief's manor were gathered. No one dared to make a sound. At this moment, Chief Shihai recalled how he had treated Yi Futian. Did he regret it? You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,